And then the pledge.
Father God, we just thank you for tonight. We thank you, God, that you're going to keep us safe on the roads and keep visitors safe on the roads as we have construction and rain going on right now. Father, we thank you that even as spring break is upon us, we ask for strength for our first responders. We ask, God, that you continue to help us keep this family atmosphere going in Walden County, and that underage drinking and drugs and all those things have to go somewhere else. We ask, God, that you bless even tonight as we do ordinances, as we do important county business. Give us wisdom, guidance, and Lord, also help Jim Bagby as he's attending the funeral of a dear loved one. We ask that you bless these things, and we give you praise in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Did you bring the candle?
Yes. Okay. I'd like to recognize a couple guests in the audience. Casey Cutchins, City Council member for Freeport, and Gary Madison, the City Clerk of Freeport. Thanks for attending.
Former Governor of Montana. Former Governor of the state of Montana.
Yeah, the former governor of Montana. This regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners now in session for April 14, 2015. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Chairman, if you'd indulge just a moment, one thing I'd like to do a little more clearing up with from the last meeting we had. If Mr. Hudson would join me here just a second. We had a little conversation, and I just wanted to clear it. Why don't you stand there, Mr. Hudson? Yeah, this is a planner guy. Yes. And these are things.
He gone for one thing and Fruit Loops.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
I'm gonna call him a cowboy.
That's right. Those around him, there's plenty to share, but Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thank y'all for a moment of a little levity. That always helps, I think. And thank you, Bob, for being a good sport. Mr. Chairman, as you see listed on your agenda for deletions, under TDC, we're requesting the board to authorize the TDC staff to remove this from the agenda. Necessary activities to develop the preliminary parking design and draft lease agreement with the forestry for some land that they were looking at, but we're going to ask you to remove that from the agenda. Okay. Under public comments, Debbie Hurd with the Coastal Dune Lake Advisory Board has been asked to be removed from the agenda. Okay. Two things we would like you to consider is a special meeting regarding the Coastal Dune Lake changes to the Land Development Code and the Comp Plan, and hold that on May the 19th. That was fairly lengthy at the Planning Commission. So with your approval, we would add that to the consent agenda to make that improvement. And another, I'm sorry.
May 19th.
It's the third Tuesday in May.
And it's Coastal Dune Lakes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gotcha.
I won't be here, but that's okay. Y'all can call me.
Well, we can schedule another day if you.
I'll have to let me know.
Okay.
Let's see, May the 12th is our regular meeting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm expecting a cake on that day. It's my birthday.
Oh, yes, sir.
The 12th.
Oh, I will make that happen.
I'll be 26.
I'll be 26, yeah.
26.
Any day that works for you guys will be fine.
Hang on, I got to get out of, no, that's June. Where's May? May's Mother's Day. Yeah. What about the 19th?
Why can't we do it on the 12th? The regular meeting?
We can. It took about 2.5 hours at the Planning Commission, so it may be a lengthy discussion.
I think it'd be better to do it on another day, strictly for that, because it would.
What about the 14th? It's a Thursday. Or the 20th or the 21st?
Yeah, the 14th would.
14th? Okay.
14th,
Does that work for everybody?
Yeah, we should have
What
plenty of
That's a
time.
Thursday.
6 o'clock, 5 o'clock, what time?
5.
5, okay,
Okay, we'll also add that to the consent agenda.
okay.
Commissioners, we may have a planning, or I'm not sure what committee meets on the 14th, code enforcement, but we always have a Thursday night meeting
Okay.
every week.
Planning
but
commission, doesn't it?
It might be the planning.
It is the planning commission.
I know every Thursday except for the fifth week
It
we have
is,
a meeting.
it is.
so.
How about Monday the 18th?
Didn't you have to bring me a cake? But that'd
Then
be
got to
okay
bring
too.
him a cake, yeah. I do.
Which is fine.
That's all right.
Monday the 11th?
18th is fine. It's,
18th?
18th, okay. Will you be here the 18th, Cindy?
Yeah.
okay.
Is this
18th.
going
Got it.
to be a public hearing for the ordinance?
Yes,
that we're
ma'am.
gonna Vote on?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be a special meeting.
What time will it start?
Actually, it'd be the first public hearing. It's a change to the LDC and the complex. We'll have to have to.
But the planning
Oh, I'm
commission
sorry,
counts as
planning
one.
commission suffices, so we would, yeah, we could vote on it that night.
This will be it?
5 o'clock.
What time?
5?
5, yes.
Okay.
And then the other item we would ask you to remove from the agenda, to move to the May 28th, is the mining ordinance. We've had some questions that we've not been able to answer as of yet, so we would ask for a couple more weeks to get those answers.
To May or April?
April 28th.
April.
Yeah,
That's right,
be
yeah.
the next meeting if you need it.
Okay.
Can you repeat the date for the first of the
May 18th,
May 18th.
5 o'clock here.
Thank you.
And Commissioners, I'm gonna, at the end of my item, we had
Your mic.
received a lawsuit last Friday, I
Mark,
believe.
mark your mic.
I'm sorry, last Friday, and I'm going to have to retain outside counsel. We actually have a hearing Monday on this matter. So what I'm going to do is just ask your permission to retain outside counsel, and I'll have the contract back to you at the next meeting.
All right.
Okay.
Motion to approve the deletions and additions.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Now we need to approve the agenda as modified.
Motion to approve the agenda as modified.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Is any public comment at this time reference any agenda item? Yes, sir, come up. Come on up. When you come to the podium tonight for any comments, identify yourself, spell your last name for the clerk, and direct your comments to the chair, please.
My name is Chester Carter. I live in District 1 on Rock Hill Road.
Spell
I
your
just wanted to
last,
make sure I'm clear about the mining ordinance being moved.
Mr. Carter, spell your last name for the clerk.
Carter, Chester.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Just want to make sure I'm clear about the mining ordinance being moved until the next meeting,
That's correct.
and then we'll get a chance to
Yes, sir.
delineate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because there's some things that have just recently been entered into that were not heretofore publicly discussed.
Okay, well, next board meeting, you'll have the opportunity to bring those comments forward.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment? Come forward, sir. Is this, your comments in reference to an agenda item?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, if you want to, you can hold till then, and we always allow comments on every agenda item. So if you want to hold it to then, or you can make them now.
I can make it now, get it over with.
Okay.
I'm Alan Baggett, last name B-A-G-G-E-T-T. I'm the executive officer of the Building Industry Association that represents both Okaloosa and Walton County. As regards to the PACE funding on the agenda later, the PACE funding agency is a member in good standing of the Building Industry Association for Okaloosa and Walton Counties, the Florida Home Builders Association, and the National Association of Home Builders. The Florida Home Builders Association championed the law through the Florida legislature to establish the PACE funding program in 2010. Since joining the BIA in 2014, the BIA has supported PACE funding program through meetings and correspondence that not only has served to inform members, but consumers to the benefits and opportunities the PACE program offers. Also supporting the PACE funding program are the two utilities that service Walton County, Chelco and Gulf Power. Chelco feels so strongly about the PACE funding program that they invited the PACE funding program to speak at their annual meeting this Saturday, April 18. In closing, I ask you to delay the decision to end the PACE funding program in Walton County and invite you to attend a contractor information and training workshop scheduled for this Friday, April 24th at the Walton County Chamber of Commerce from 8:30 to 9:30. Come learn how the PACE funding program can provide homeowners with the tools to make their homes more resilient and save homeowners money in their monthly energy bills and annual insurance premiums. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other? Come forward, sir.
Hello, my name is Mark Lawson, and I live in, I actually live in a car. My wife and dog live in Tallahassee. I travel all over, and I am the program counsel for the Florida PACE Funding Agency, and I thank you for letting me speak here briefly, and I'll get my comments out quickly. I want to start by telling you that the agency I represent is a special purpose local government in Florida created by the city of Kissimmee and Flagler County by local governments for local governments, and they don't draw any revenue stream out of this. They're doing this to try to help advance the PACE funding program in Florida. I also played a significant role in helping write the legislation, and we do have an agreement with you all, and we have an obligation to communicate with you, and that's why I'm here today. So it's a very warm setting that you have here, so I'm going to start humbly and tell you that I'd like to apologize to the tax collector's office and to the county commission, because what the agency is set up to be is very lean and efficient, and it hires a contract administrator, Leidos, and it's a large company, and it also breaks administration, which Leidos does, apart from financing to protect the consumer, which is good. And I work for just the agency, and I work directly under Don Smallwood, the city attorney in Kissimmee, and Al Hadid, the county attorney in Flagler. So I'm here, I'm the registered agent, but the reason I'd like to apologize is we worked well with your tax collector. What a nice group of people. I talked to Mr. Corey just a minute ago, and in the process of collecting assessments, you always got to work with your local constitutional officer, and they did, and they worked out an agreement with Kenza Van Essendorp and your folks there in the tax collector's office. They have a $700 setup fee, and one of the folks at Leidos, instead of waiting 30 or 40 days to go through their corporate approach, paid the $700 fee with their own check to move things along, and that caused a red flag to come up. And so I want to apologize on behalf of the agency because that person did that. They were trying to expedite, and I've talked to Mr. Corey, and what we'll do is we'll fund that, and I'll send you a check from my trust account. So all's well that ends well, but I'd like to first of all start with that. Secondly, because we have an agreement with you all, it's very important to note that the folks that have agreed to help fund this program, and we've closed our bond issue. Everything we do is through a corporate trustee at Wilmington Trust. All the money is handled by that trustee, and we'll work with the tax collector. They will do this without error or omission, like the law says. But we want to do good in Walton County, and I helped develop this program so that none of these PACE programs come to any community without knocking on the door first, because we want to be welcomed and we want to be good house guests, if you will. So that's my communication to you today. I think there was a little bit of a miscommunication, and it caused a lot of people to sit up and say, oh my goodness, we didn't communicate well. So with that, I'll be glad to stay here and wait throughout the meeting and address and wait till you have the report. But I know a lot of people wanted to come and speak to you today, and I thought it might be wiser to have the home builders folks set up and then introduce myself and then offer to share any information you'd like to have. I'm glad Ms. Cross invited you to their contractor training. There's a lot of enthusiasm about this. We want to do the right thing by your community.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you, sir. Anybody else this time? Come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some comments regarding a non-agenda item. Do I need to wait till the additional comments after the commissioner's issues?
You better address it now, I believe. State your name for the record and spell
Okay.
your last name.
Very good. Kent Seyfried with Hopping Green and Sam's on behalf of numerous beachfront landowners who obviously oppose the beach restoration project. And what I wanted to bring to the commission's attention this afternoon is a concern that has been growing with me as I've seen this project being handled by the TDC throughout the last year and a half or so. And I think there's a lot of mismanagement going on with respect to this project. Let me share my concerns. Last week, these culminated in a federal lawsuit being filed by two of my clients against the county. And that was because TDC employees and agents failed to produce public records for over 50 days and answer a question over 50 days regarding one simple question, a question that I proposed here about 3 months ago. And that is, does the county's own white sand ordinance apply to the Corps Beach Restoration Project? It's a simple question. Now, this project has been ongoing for about 8 or 9, 10 years, I believe. To me, the very first thing the TDC and the county should have done is figured out whether this ordinance applies, whether their own rules applies to their own actions. And after getting the documents 50 days later, when I filed the lawsuit, within 4 hours, to Mr. Davis's credit, he provided me the documents that I'd requested 50 days ago. Those documents showed that the TDC and the county and the Corps had not even thought about or contemplated whether the white sand ordinance of the county applied to this project. It was an afterthought. So upon my inquiry back in February, the TDC and the county started scrambling, trying to figure out, does it apply, does it not, and then figure out a way around the white sand ordinance of the county. And the documents all produced show that. And the resolution of that thus far has been that TDC Executive Director states that there's an exemption in 4.0708 of the white sand ordinance that is applicable. Now, I've yet to get a confirmation of that from Mr. Davis. The Corps has deferred to the county and Mr. Davis. The TDC attorney, Clay Atkinson, has deferred to the county and Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, I think, just indicated that he needs to hire outside counsel in this lawsuit to be able to help address this issue. But the exemption under that statute or that ordinance provides beach and dune restoration projects, and I quote, conducted by the county, Walton County, unquote, are exempt. This project's not conducted by the county. This project's conducted by the Corps. That's a simple fact. It's conducted by the Corps. The county's not an applicant. The county's not, all the county's doing is supporting it. That question of mine is easily answered. The white sand ordinance applies. So the question is, why hasn't this question been answered? Why was it dodged for 50 days? And I would submit to you it's been dodged because the Corps' own documents indicate the sand quality from this project is 98% of it is 2 shades lighter or darker than the sand out there. It won't meet the white sand ordinance, and it's full of shells, 10 times as much as on the current beach. Those are the old current documents. Now, it's got to be embarrassing for the TDC to now be placed in this position 8 years into a project. They haven't even looked at what some would say is the very first step you look at, your own rules, notwithstanding Department of Environmental Protection's rules or the Corps' rules. So, what do we do now? We're in a lawsuit about this issue. The key issue is whether the county is conducting this project and is exempt or not. I can get no answer from anybody, and ultimately, I think that issue is going to be punted to this board. But it all arises from the TDC's mismanagement. They should have figured this out 9 years ago and saved the taxpayers a lot of money and a lot of hassle over this. But they didn't. So now, rather than have egg on their face, they're trying to punt it to the board. Eventually, somebody's going to have egg on their face as a result of this. And I'm asking this board right now today to go ahead and tell the Corps to comply with this white sand ordinance and stop this lawsuit, stop the needless expenditure of money, and move forward with what should have been done 10 years ago. More importantly, hold the TDC accountable. Hold them accountable for what they should have been doing all along. With this project, they seem to be more of an advocacy group than a government entity that is supposed to obtain facts and communicate facts to this board so this board can make decisions. They have an agenda. They want to turn the beach public for tourism purposes, and that's been stated and repeated repeated throughout. And I've got some more comments, but I'll save those on the letter as we address those a little bit later.
I never do this. I don't respond to public comments, but I do need to respond to a couple of things. First of all, the public records fault does not lie solely with the TDC. Let's just make that clear. Secondly, I usually don't give legal opinions to anybody but you folks. And I know Mr. Seyffert's been asking for one. Eventually, we have to take a position in the lawsuit. The question of whether or not the county is sponsoring or is the applicant or whatever the language is essentially what the lawsuit's about. So that's how that question will get answered. So I just wanted to say that publicly. Yes, we were late responding, but that was not solely the TDC's responsibility.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else for public comment at this time? All right, moving right along. Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Vote on consent agenda.
Okay.
We didn't vote on the consent agenda.
Did not? I thought we did. Okay.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First item we have is, I believe, Rob Mahan from the TPO is here to discuss, well, get him a head. It's those ding-dongs that's got me messed up.
Regional Planning Council.
Regional Planning Council.
Yeah.
But working on behalf of the TPO,
TPO.
is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was where I was trying to get to. Before you is a resolution and a interlocal agreement regarding the TPO. It's very similar to the one we have entered into before with a couple of changes. I believe this one adds the city of Freeport as a voting member and realigns some of the Okaloosa County municipalities.
That is correct.
Okay. And so you're asking the board to approve this to continue the operation of the TPO as we've known it?
That's correct,
And
with
our-
the new
our
membership.
Motion to approve.
Second.
The motion and second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like
You-
to thank Mr. Mahan too. He's
Sure.
been working with us on some transportation issues down here, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
You want me to do item B?
Yes, if you're doing B as well, but I can tell you, West Florida Regional Planning Council met with some of their staff, and there's some legislation that's before the Florida legislature that may impact their existence, and to that end, they're looking to do an interlocal agreement with those participating parties of the Regional Planning Council. What I've asked them to do is over the next couple of weeks meet with each of you to explain that situation, and we would bring it back at the next meeting to what services they provide the county, what the situation with the legislation is, and we may know more about it by that time, whether it moves forward or not. So really, we're not asking for any action today, but just be aware that Rob or someone from the Regional Planning Council staff will be in touch with you to come spend some time with you to talk about what this issue is. And Rob, if you got any further comments.
No, that'll do it.
Okay.
All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
So we're doing nothing on as far as
No,
this
other than
agreement?
just, if you hear from them, please give them a few moments of your time to sit with you. Next item on the agenda is regarding our parking lot at Ed Walling Park and Gulf Place. It's the same property we've used for the last couple of years. I've spoken to the owner. He did ask that we increase the total rent for the season by $1,000. I think we've paid him $10,000 a year for the season for the last 2 or 3 years or what, but he's asked that to be increased to $11,000. I told him I would bring that to the board. Other than that, the previous agreement is in your packet, and there will be no other changes to it.
Okay, and that's paid for by TDC?
I think the TDC either paid all or half last year. Whatever that agreement was last year, we'll do it
Okay,
again.
so, yeah.
I think they paid all of it, but I'm
They
not.
may have.
It does according to this.
Okay.
TDC
Yeah, they
pays
paid all
it
of
full.
Yeah, I think we started out them paying half, and we convinced them to go ahead and pay it all.
Yeah. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Next item is regarding our federal lobbyist. We went through an RFQ process. The Color 9 Group LLC came out as the top-rated firm. With your permission and action today, we'll begin negotiations with the Color 9 to represent us in Washington as our federal lobbyist.
Board's wishes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
You got hand up if you want to recognize.
A question about that, if I
He
could.
did-
I looked it up on the website, and I could find no information about who the principals of that group were. Who are the individuals behind it? It was just a name. So does the commissioner, the board, or anybody have that information, who they are?
Michael Willis.
Michael Willis is the principal.
Michael Lewis?
Willis.
Willis, great,
Michael
thank you.
Willis.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Next item, Mr. Chairman, Bill Williams is here, and he's going to come to the podium for just a brief few moments. I know that's difficult for him. But as we move forward with our efforts in Restore, the next action we need to take is to develop a multi-year plan. Billy's been working on some background to get us here today. There's a number of ways to get there, so what we're going to request today is that just allow us to move forward with developing an RFP that we will bring back to you. But in the development of that RFP, we want to look at what other counties have done. We want to look at exactly what we need to present through the regulatory agencies that are making us do these, what we can do in-house, and then what we may need to go out for consulting services for. So I'll let Billy briefly touch base.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Commissioners, Bill Williams, Williams. I have to follow the chairman's direction. I do miss this microphone. Maybe we should workshop for a while.
I was going to ask you how it feels to be on that side of the table.
Fill out a card to speak is very different. I appreciate the opportunity. I think that Larry did a good job of explaining where we are. The multi-year plan is a covenant or a direction by the Treasury rules as dictated by the Restore Act. It gives a very specific overview of what's required, but yet within that it's very vague. When it talks, I guess to give you a parallel, it's like a capital improvement plan. We will look at projects, process, best science, all of the different issues that are required. We can amend that plan, but it's a very critical element because the county, and I'll talk about funding in a moment, but the county cannot draw down the funds that have been settled through the Transocean settlement at this point and or move toward as BP comes to a close with the final settlement with Judge Barberie in New Orleans until that is done. So we have to submit our plan, and all 23 counties are required to do that. Mr. Jones talked about different counties. What we're trying to do is make sure that even though these dollars are funded by the Restore Act, we will be able to capture those dollars back in the planning process. We want to be very frugal in that process and sort of do an internal review on what we can do with our engineers, with our environmental folks, with our planning folks, so that we can begin conducting that. So I'll come back in 2 weeks with that overview and make suggestions to the board in deciding if you choose to dedicate staff to this and pull from other projects and or to look for outside assistance. But we'll be able to segment that in compartments so that we can guide your decision on the best way we can move forward. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
you have any questions?
No.
Saying
Thank you,
no.
Mr. Chair.
Billy.
And for the public, we've made Will and have made Bill available if you've got associations or groups that would like to have some insight into what this is all about. We'll be glad to send him your way.
Absolutely, and I'd say that to all the commissioners. If there's any constituents or groups that you'd like me to meet with, it is very complex with all the moving parts and the different pots of money, but we'll be looking at funding sources and the strategic linkage that's between them. So we're not just talking about Pot 1 money that's required by federal law, but this will be our blueprint and template to look at Pot 2 and Pot 3 as we move forward. So I'll be glad to meet with any of your constituents.
All right, thank you, Billy.
Nick.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Next item is regarding the Public Defender's Office and their space needs. If you recall, at the last meeting, Mr. Murphy was there indicating their need for additional space and some issues with their current location. We've identified what we believe is the most prudent means of complying with their needs and taking care of some needs we have within the county. And that would be to build an extension on the back of the administrative office in Defuniak, relocate our HR department to there, and move the public defender's office to the current HR building, and then repurpose that space where their office is for storage. The construction of that office is about $76,000. We can do that in-house. Once we make all that move and get use that the current old bank building, as we call it, for storage. We can save $15,000 to $20,000 a year in rent that we're paying for other properties. So we would, with your permission, we would move forward with that project.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
At our last meeting, you asked us to look at the agreement we had with the sheriff last year for the 395-38 intersection. The Sheriff's Department office agreed to continue that through this year. We would like you just to codify that to approve us entering into an interlocal agreement with the sheriff to provide those services under the same terms and conditions of last year.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Next item is regarding the South Walton Sports Park design. Making good progress. We had the first kickoff meeting with Lowe's and Associates. They're ready to move forward. Our next step would be to hold a public meeting to allow the public to come and share with their representatives their thoughts for the design and their needs. We're recommending that public meeting be held April 29th at 6 o'clock here at the South Walton Annex.
That's staff or?
Yeah, that's staff.
Staff
It'll be a
only?
staff workshop.
Staff only.
I mean, you're certainly welcome to attend, but it's going to be more of the consultant interacting with the
We
public.
need a motion for that.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Next item is regarding the request for a staff workshop on April 23rd to discuss the Tempucci Trail multi-use path. We are working with the Department of DEP to gain some funds to expand the trail on the east end. Part of that process is to have a public hearing for public input, and that's the reason for this request, to comply with those grant conditions.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. Next request is for County Road 883, which is the old 331, for funding consideration through the Florida DOT County Incentive Grant Program, it's the CIGP. There's some reconstruction overlay that needs to be done on that road, and we think this is a good candidate for that funding source.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, we got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Similar request for West Indian Creek Ranch Road and Rock Hill Road for funding through the Small County Outreach Program, or SCOP. These again will be some resurfacing overlays, reconstruction, as we see what funding is available. But we believe these are ideal candidates for the SCOP program, so we'd ask your approval of that.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Third request along those same lines is for Douglas Crossroads and Knox Hill Road to be submitted DOT for Small County Road Assistance Program, or SCRAP. Again, these are our state-funded programs that, because we're a small county, we get to utilize. This again be for overlay and reconstruction, so we would request your approval to move forward with that request.
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Next item is regarding the proposed tennis courts for Legion Park. We've gone out for bid. We have those bids back, but I'm going to yield to Commissioner Meadows for some comments before we move forward.
We had a very good meeting with some of the surrounding homeowners in the neighborhood, and we had Brad and Shane and our Charles Cotton, our engineer, out there. So we had a good, there's a lot of things that need to be done at that park, I think. It is now currently maintained by the TDC, but we may be asking the board to go ahead and let Shane and his department take it over, just because it's more up their alley than it is the TDC. And the tennis courts, we talked about the location and the noise and light and no lights and all that kind of thing. We're waiting to have one more meeting with the folks out there. And so what we'll do is just hold on this contract, and we're going to bring it back maybe the next meeting, but definitely the first meeting in May, and make a decision. There was a opinion that maybe just one tennis court might be and the two little ones might be better than putting two out there and moving the basketball. So we've got some things to think about and work on, so we'd like some more time.
Okay. If it's okay with the board, if you'll just notify us at admin when you're ready for it to go back on the agenda.
I will. And I think they're working with Sarah as well.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some other things that they would like docks and.
Yeah, they've talked about it.
And
You know, I
seawall
remind them
things.
you're the one with the money. So you're the one with the recreational flat fee money.
That's right. Thank you very much.
I have been working, talking to staff about it.
Well, and maybe we could get a grant for the dock. I don't know.
Okay.
But anyway, we're
think
going to
we
work
should
it all
try.
out. And
Yeah.
so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we,
Maybe
I'll
we could
let
ask
you-
me.
just let us know when you want it back on the
So
agenda.
I'll let you know. We're going to hold another meeting
Okay.
with them and then discuss.
Okay. Next item is regarding bridge material for Ingalls Road Bridge. We request approval to award to Conecuh Bridge and Engineering in the amount of $107,345.54.28. They be the low bid.
Board's wishes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Next item, Mr. Chairman, is regarding the Choctaw Beach boat ramp improvements. Request is award to low bidder and approved construction contract with RBM Contracting Services LLC in the amount of $159,737. And the history of that project is in your book, and so this is just the next step.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Next item is regarding the North Walton Mosquito Control Building site improvements. It's time to determine how we're going to handle the site work there. We believe it's prudent to award this bid, and we've gone out for bid. Mosquito Control has ample funds in their reserves to pay for it, and it would be a drain on county staff at this time to put our resources out there on it. So we'd recommend we award the contract to RBM Contracting Services in the amount of $207,773.
So where did those funds come from?
Mosquito Control Reserve.
Okay, so they have a taxing district up there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Motion to approve?
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. Next item is regarding the approval to seek bids for the construction of the Western Lake pedestrian bridge improvements and connecting path. There's one easement that we're awaiting for this, the submerged sovereign land easement. We have permission from the DEP to move forward. So what we would like to do is go ahead and move forward and accept the bids before we award a contract, go spend money, make sure that we're not getting ahead of this
Submerged
process.
lands, yeah.
So, we won't begin construction until we know we're 100% ready to go, but this will give us a few months ahead of the game.
Motion to approve?
Second.
And I had a constituent question, like, can we get lights, and I know the new projects, can we start putting like little LED lights or something on the bike paths? I don't know.
Well,
but they're so dark.
We talked about that, and that's a whole nother discussion. I mean, there's pros and cons, and some people want them, some people don't. If we light one, we're going to have to light them all, because and if we light them, well, it's a discussion that we can have. We've looked at them, we've talked to people. There's both sides, so
Okay.
We can, Larry, we can add it as a addendum to the bid if you want to, and then reject it or not.
One of the things on the charrette that the TDC is doing is talking about the public spaces and the looks of them and kind of things. So what we thought we might do is put lighting of the bridges and dressing up the bridges with some other materials on that charrette and kind of get some ideas, and then go forward with whatever is decided. Does that work?
Yeah, but this may be an opportunity to add it as an alternate to this bid, just so we'll know what the cost is.
Sure.
Okay.
Although, once you add it to the bid, people are gonna go, well, they're putting lights on the bridges. So, maybe a little caveat says, this is just a.
Yeah, we just want to know how much it's going to cost.
This is what?
We just want to know how much it is.
Yeah, we just want to know how much it is. Also, too, on this same project, TDC is going to put out a bid to design the parking that is going to be that's going to be associated with this whole project. So we want to do it all at once. I mean, we want
Okay.
the design to fit. So I don't know if Brian and them are going to come back to us to go out for bid for that, but I did mention it to him, and I hope that Brian's out there, yeah. And so y'all are going to coordinate with Cliff now and his group, and so that everybody's working together so that it's all designed as one.
Good afternoon, Brian Kellenberger, Kellenberger. Yes, ma'am. We would recommend that the current engineer of record include the parking that was approved at a previous meeting. The design be included in their design to keep it all under one person, coordinated efficiently. And then the rest of the...
Would it be one bid as well? You want to bid?
Yes, sir.
Bid it all together? Okay.
Yes, sir. It should be.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
Good.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Any other questions, discussion? Now we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. The next item is regarding change order number 1 to contract 014022 with Roberts and Roberts Construction for County Road 280 roadway improvements. These are funds, the change orders for mailboxes in the DOT right-of-way and some mitered in on pipes. These are funds that are state funds that we either use to expand the scope of the project or we don't get to use them. So this is not a change order as we would normally see a change order, but this is utilizing available funds for additional work on the projects. So we would recommend your approval.
Are we going to move the mailboxes and
Well,
set
yes.
them up somewhere else? Or are we going to just...
Basically have to take them down in order to build the road, and this just allows us to replace them with new mailboxes.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. Next item is regarding the purchase of 33,000 tons of milled asphalt from C.W. Roberts Contracting. They're beginning to mill and resurface 331 between US 90 and the Alabama state line. This is some good material that will help us in our FEMA projects. So these funds, we're paying $8.50 a ton, which is a good price. But in using it on the FEMA projects, we will get reimbursed those funds from FEMA. So it allows us to move those projects forward. So we would recommend your approval.
So what would the cost be of that?
$8.50 a ton.
33,000 tons. Who's got a calculator?
Quickly.
Quickly.
Yeah, but we get paid back by FEMA.
Yes.
But I still like...
Yeah, what's 33? I don't know. You have a calculator?
I have one coming in.
3 times.
Still want to know where my federal dollars...
Federal dollar.
So we didn't have to go out to bid for this?
$280,500.
So we didn't have to bid this out or...
I don't, we typically, no, we,
No?
Because they're the ones that have the milled asphalt. They're taking it off 331.
The only ones that have it?
Yeah, it's
Right now.
leftover from the
Yeah,
331 part.
they're scooping it off 331.
Okay. And then they're selling it to whoever wants it?
Wants it.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we had a vote on that, or did we?
Not yet. We've been
Got a
discussing. it.
motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
next item, Mr. Chairman, is change order number 3 to contract 014011 with C.W. Roberts. This is County Road 183 widening and resurfacing project. This, just like the last change order with Roberts and Roberts, are state funds that are there and available that if we don't use them to make additional improvements in the project, we'll lose. This is for the installation and replacing of signs and guardrails, for the milling and paving and striping of some depressed areas. So we would certainly recommend your approval.
Okay. And the funds through scrap or SCOP?
Yeah.
Okay. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Next item is Request to approve task order 15-01 for Choctaw Beach boat ramp improvements to Preble Ridge for CEI services, amount of $15,370 using the Choctaw Beach boat ramp improvement account. This goes along with the contract we approved earlier. I certainly recommend you approve this to move that project forward.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all we have.
Okay, John, I think you're up.
Thank you, John Irvin, ERVIN with TDC. And we've got a series of items in front of you. I will say, to save time repeating it 5 times with all of mine, we had a meeting a week ago today, with the TDC Council, and so everything that I'm going to be sharing with you was unanimously recommended by them previously. The first item is to participate in programming opportunity with Southern Eats, Dishworth the Drive. Very good opportunity. And again, with this one and the next one, when we submit the budget a year in advance, we do not have these details available, so we're back in front of you to make it official with diligence and for the record for funding. We would still be under budget by $13,000 in this planned category.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Next one is very similar. It's a request to approve and include information on Cattle Barons Ball, which is Dallas and Nashville Music City Food and Wine Festival, obviously in Tennessee. And again, at the time of submitting budget, the detail was not available. I apologize that the spreadsheets in here, sometimes we get a little Excel happy. You can disregard that, and the Word documents are really what is needed for proper backup with these budgeted items. So we would be asking again for a unanimously recommended inclusion of these details for county finance.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. The next one is requesting approval of the fiscal 16 co-op marketing program in advance of the overall budget. And this spreadsheet is somewhat a little bit more possible. The areas in white are what we're referring to, and this is very much like last year. We were in front of you. All of this information will be submitted in the full budget, but in order to advertise, announce traffic, collect funds, and make deadlines for October, we need to start now. And so we bring you a preview of just the section that is co-op. Co-op means that bed tax collectors have the ability to participate in these. And last year, participation was excellent, and we've added 3 more opportunities this year, so it's basically repeating what we did last year.
Yeah, this is good because it allows the small bed tax people to co-opt into an ad and get a lot of money bang from the buck.
Might be nice if you added, maybe magnifying glasses next time.
I agree with you.
What's the board's wishes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Jennifer has a couple for you.
Good afternoon. The first one that I have...
Jennifer.
Jennifer Vigil, V-I-G-I-L. The first one that I have for you today is to request the approval of the American Government Services, the AGF, modified agreement to distribute and track the easement packages at a cost not to exceed $60,000. This is related to the letter that will be approved a little bit later. Mark Davis drafted.
Okay. Just a minute, Emmett, please. Okay, let me get him. Go ahead, come on up.
I guess point of order. Do we approve this before we approve the letter? Mark?
I'd like to comment on the letter.
Just a minute.
Yeah, just a minute. Let's get a
Just a minute.
point of order squared away first.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
do we approve the distribution and tracking before we approve the letter? I mean, aren't we getting the cart before the horse?
Well,
Or does it matter?
I don't know that it matters. You're going to have the distribution and tracking in place when the letter goes out, so you'll know who received and who is.
Who didn't?
Yeah,
Okay. So
Yeah.
this is just about tracking stuff.
I understand.
Okay, Mr. Emmett, go ahead and identify yourself for the record, please.
Emmett Hildreth, Blue Mountain Beach. I speak as a citizen of Walton County and a citizen of the state of Florida. As I understand, the TDC motion is to approve the modification agreement for distribution of the easement package and tracking, etc., up to 60 grand. My comment is this. The beachfront property owners, since this was a critical crossroad, the beachfront property owners would respectfully ask that you not approve the modification agreement for distribution of the easements. And the reason, one of the reasons I give you is this. The distribution of this easement package, which contains a cover letter, easement, title commitment, and aerial photo, constitutes an unauthorized, illegal practice of law in the state of Florida. There are penalties for the unauthorized practice of law. I've spent the last week looking at multitudes of cases involving the state bar and unauthorized practice of law. What this package does, it thrusts on innocent people legal documents by your own word, title commitment by your own word, and it is a practice of law to thrust and put out on people that are not your clients. Only a licensed attorney in Florida can practice law and put anything out. Mr. Davis only represents you. He can't do it. So it would be you doing it. So an illegal, unauthorized practice of law by a non-licensed attorney, which you're not licensed, to thrust out this practice of law is unauthorized and subject to penalties under the law of the state of Florida. The style of the case against you would be Florida Bar versus Walton County, petitioner versus respondent. You would have to answer in the highest court, and I'll leave the penalties to Mr. Davis to tell you what the penalties are. But if there ever was a slam dunk case of unauthorized practice of law by people who are not licensed to practice law in the state of Florida, this is it. This is slam dunk. The evidence that convicts you or would convict you is instruments that you've already made and prepared. The original agreement with the American Government Services Corporation, number one item of evidence. Number two item of evidence would be this modification agreement if you pass it, and we're asking you not to pass it. The number three would be the easement itself, which is filled with practice of law. Now, the title commitment, this is absurd to put on people and say, look at a title commitment and decide whether you own the property or not, which is in the cover letter. The title commitment is for this Walton County. It's to ensure your title. You're going to ask people to look at a title commitment that is not for them. There's no privity of contract, no contract and no consideration between the beachfront property owner and this company that's doing the title insurance. And you're going to ask them to look at this? They've never heard of American Government Services Corporation. It would take an attorney weeks to decipher all of this at probably the cost of $10,000. And may I remind the county attorney, the State Bar Association doesn't allow you to presume that someone has an attorney or that they can afford an attorney. The State Bar does not allow that. So when you put in there, see your attorney, you are making a presumption.
Mr. Hildreth, your time's up.
You're making a presumption that is
Mr. Hildreth.
incorrect. So we ask you not to approve this modification.
Mr. Hildreth, thank you very much.
And do it on
Thank you.
authorized practice of law.
You made your point. Ms. Harris?
Suzanne Harris, and believe it or not, against some people's opinion, I really am a Walton County resident. For Scott Brannon's knowledge, and that reported me to the state's attorney. But here's what I'm going to tell you. I don't see anywhere in this agenda that the letter is to be presented tonight for approval or disapproval. This is not in the agenda. So I think if y'all vote on this, you need to show me where it is in the agenda. Because I've had people calling me today that were planning on coming that didn't see it in the agenda, and I don't see it myself. So I don't think you hire a company to vet all the names and do all the mail outs until you advertise it and bring it back as an agenda item.
Thank you.
Do you want to respond to that?
It's number 4 under mine.
It's number 4. Yeah.
Number 4.
Number 4 under Mark Davis
Okay.
is the letter.
Is the letter, okay. All right, any other comments, questions?
I don't.
Is this on the law or do we wait for Mark Davis?
This is on the agreement with American Government Services Corporation. Mark, you got any comments reference to what he said? Okay, thank you. All right, what's the board's wishes?
That's what we're, yeah. Get you.
What do you want me to say?
At this point, I mean.
Wait. Turn on your microphone.
Oh, my mic is on. Do we even go through this process? I mean, do we spend this kind of money knowing that, I don't know, I am just not positive we're going to get back enough to be able to let us do the project. So.
Well, were you here when we voted on that? Were you here? Okay.
Yeah.
My recollection is that we voted to let the people decide, let the beach owners decide, and that it's not our project. We inherited this project from previous administrations and different commissioners and such. So, you know, I think what we decided in March, I think March 10th, was that we were going to send the easements out to everybody that the title company told us that we needed to send them to, because they're in charge of that, and see who returned them saying yes, and see who said no, I'm not signing, or see those who didn't. And then, because when we met with the Army Corps of Engineers, they told us that, you know, unless it was financially feasible for a stretch, and they had to make that determination, we can't, they have to make that determination, then we could offer those people this project. If Army Corps. So it's a long, drawn-out process. It's got a lot of moving pieces and parts. And the question is, you know, is it up to us to decide whether somebody wants it or not? My opinion is that, you know, it's not up to me to decide. It's for me to send whatever information needs to be sent to them and spend as much time as we need, 6 months, a year, whatever, and understand if there's a stretch of beach, if it's a mile, If nobody wants it, if nobody signs it, then we know. Then we know what the answer is. But if we don't send it out, we're never going to know what the answer is because we have a lot of absentee owners and a lot. That was my thinking when we said, well, let's go ahead and send the easements out. And you have to pay. Now I don't know about the unlegal, practice of law, but
$60,000.
Yeah, you've got to pay somebody. There's a pile of them. You have to pay somebody who does this for a living to do this, and I think that's what this cost not to exceed. That's what that is. So I think the question is, are we still? And I don't remember what the vote was on that. I think everybody voted to send them. Yeah. And so the question is, I would rather hear from the people, yes or no. If you don't want it, I personally am not going to make anybody. Oh, is my time up?
I don't think we have.
Oops. Somebody.
I don't think we have time.
I'm done. I personally want to know. I hear a lot of no's, but you never know until you see somebody not sign something or sign something. So that's my personal opinion.
Well, I'm in agreement with you on that. We don't know. We hear from those that are not in agreement with it just about every time it come up. But I have, in the last month or so, gotten more emails from people that want it. So until we get the information out to all the beachfront owners and it gets back to us, we don't know if it's going to be 100% or 50-50, 60-40. So I think for us to move forward at some future date, we've got to have that information to present to the Corps and DEP. All right. So I guess what's on the table is whether or not we go ahead and approve this agreement with American Government Services Corporation in an amount not to exceed $60,000.
Well, I think if we're going to do what we voted on doing, this is just an administrative part of doing that. You're going to have to keep us out of jail from practicing unlegal law. But
I've known Mr. Hildup a long time. I have a lot of respect for him. Before we sign the contract, I will take the time to make sure that we're not doing anything illegal or unethical. He knows me well enough to know I will do that.
All right.
So, I think that this is just an administrative move. So I would move that we go ahead and do this, pay the money to track the easement packages.
Just then at the end, I understand. I thank you for reminding me. At the end, if everybody says no, then it's no.
Right.
But then if, there are certain sections that want it, do we deny them? Because we all know another hurricane is coming and,
Yeah, I think we put it in their hands and we say, tell us what you want. If you don't want it, you don't have to have it. If you do want it and it makes sense because there's enough people in a row, then, we'll give it to the Corps and let them analyze it and take it apart and tell us, yes, this makes sense, no, it doesn't. And then that way, we have actually put the decision in the hands of the people who have to give the easements for the project.
Okay. I have a motion. We have a second?
I will second.
Got a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Jennifer?
The next item will be a request to approve staff's recommendation to negotiate with the highest ranking firm responding to the TDC Strategic Plan RFQ, and that firm was Strategic Advisory Group.
Motion to approve. Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
The last one for me is the recommendation to negotiate with the highest ranking firm for the TDC Public Space Design Charrette RFQ, and that highest ranking firm was the RAM Professional Group.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. John?
Thank you, John Irvin, back for two more items. Number 8 is request approval to advertise for RFP for Public Relations Services Agency. We have exercised one extension, but we'd like to go to RFP. Honestly, because if we don't, we will have mandatory expirations of the two most critical agreements that we have within 30 days of each other, and that would be somewhat unreasonable. So to address RFP this year for PR and required to address RFP for marketing in the next term.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
And the last one for me is recommended funding a new Taste of the Beach fall event, which is produced by the Chamber of Commerce with unused event grant funds previously committed for Taste of the Beach earlier in the year. There is over 15 in that line item, and we would propose to support them with 10. And again, that was unanimously recommended by the TDC Council a week ago.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
And Brian has one for you.
Was that the one with Emerald Lagasse?
No, that's the one the Chamber does.
I actually saw that one on TV the other day.
Did you?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Good afternoon, Brian Kellenberger again. Business before us is request authorization for the chairman to sign a memorandum of understanding with Topsail State Park for an entrance-free program and for the TDC to expend necessary funds to carry out the agreement, not to exceed $25,000. This is part of our 30A congestion relief initiative. We were tasked with finding some off-site parking. So this program will be in concert with Topsail Hill State Park. It will be billed monthly based on actual receipts. The park will use their point of purchase system to tabulate day use visitors. Has automatic suspension if it exceeds 25K, and it also has a 90-day termination clause in the agreement. Any questions?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
What measures are you taking to put out to the public, whether it's tourists or citizens, that is available to them?
We'll advertise through our website and our concessions newsletter, and we'll also get it out to our bed tax collectors so they can let people know that are visiting our beaches that this is available to them.
Okay. I know, I see Mary Nielsen back there. She'd probably like to see another $75,000 go to that. But at the end of the season, we'll have an idea if it has been productive or not.
Yes, sir.
So you'll have that data available.
Yes, sir.
Just like I'm expecting the data concerning beach ordinance violation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I actually think it'll take us 2 years to track it. I think it'll take 1 year to, it's like anything else, to get the word out that we're doing it. And I'd love to see one of those signs that Public Works uses, maybe say parking at, free parking at Topsail.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
I think it'll take 2 years to track whether or not
It
it's
could very
successful. But I motion to approve. Second.
Commissioner,
Oh, she wanted to say
yeah, I was going to ask her. Ms. Cindy, you got something you want to
Yeah,
answer?
in the meantime, I found what I was looking for. They've agreed, the parks agreed to operate the tram service twice an hour instead of once an hour. So that was one of the issues, but I found it, so thank you.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Making me dizzy.
I know, I'm sorry. I have a meeting next time for TDC items. Just a couple of brief updates for the TDC. Bed tax collection revenues for the month of February, which of course represent short-term rental in South Walton, were up 21.42%, meaning that this fiscal year short-term rentals are up 23.96%. So obviously some very significant rates are being collected by bed tax collectors. Your teams, your marketing folks and communication folks, including the Zender agency and your local staff, have been recognized more than 20 times this calendar year for awards, including 5 just a few days ago by the Florida Public Relations Association. And 2 in particular. Angela Vaughn was recognized as Communicator of the Year. She's working currently, go figure. And Kelly Carter as well was recognized as the Joe Curley Rising Leader. And so very significant honors in that field, so we wanted to call them out today. And lastly, we wanted to update you that Visit Florida is using South Walton, as you may recall, as a beta site for certified tourism ambassador training that is free. We've distributed that. All TDC members have completed the module available, and we received notification from the state that Walton County was by far the most active participant with people going through that program. And so everywhere from Sandestin to Seaside to vacation rental companies have started that program. So we urge people who haven't yet to watch for the Connections newsletter, and that is free certified ambassador training, because we're only good as the experience of the people that come here. So that is update, subject to any questions.
Any questions, comments? Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, the first item I have on the agenda is a request to approve an amendment extending the closing date under the agreement for the purchase and sale of real property in the Northwest Florida Commerce Park, Mossy Head Industrial Park. This is essentially an extension of their option to extend it for 30 days. They've paid the necessary funds to the county to make the extension. We understood today in a meeting with these folks, they will probably extend it another 30 days, but will make the July closing date.
Okay. Board's wishes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. The next item I have is a request to approve an assignment of a coastal armoring licensing agreement. As you may recall, that a number of folks have along the beach have coastal armoring licensing agreements with the county. This piece of property is being sold, and the agreement with the individual homeowner needs to be assigned to the buyer.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. The next item I have, Commissioners, you may recall that some time ago the county purchased a piece of property down near the Calford unrecorded subdivision area. That property was purchased with FEMA funds after a flood. That property has in the middle of it a well that actually serves as a potable water source for a few folks in that Calford subdivision. We have had some difficulty because the well has not met Department of Health standards for potable water, so we have had to pay for and maintain the well and keep it inspected and clean enough, I guess is the right word, to provide potable water. We've had a request from the Calford, or a water users group, which is essentially the homeowners in the area who formed an LLC, to lease, or actually they wanted to purchase the property, but I don't believe FEMA would allow us to do that. So this is essentially a 99-year lease for a very small strip of property to the well and a square around the well to this organization to allow them to operate the well, conduct the inspections, and provide the potable water for these folks.
And pay for it, right?
And pay for it, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. The next item is, a few meetings ago, you asked that we prepare a cover letter for the easements that were going out to the beachfront property owners. We have prepared that letter. It is attached in part of your package. This afternoon I received a email from Mr. Seifert and some folks he was representing with a couple of proposed changes. I have one small proposed change, and in fact I didn't notice it until Mr. Hildreth spoke. In the fourth paragraph that should say the title, the second document is a title search report, not necessarily a commitment. That's a term of art we don't use very often. It has a different meaning than report. So that should be changed. The second document is a title search report. I don't have any particular objections to the two changes proposed by Mr. Seifert's, actually three changes. I think there's nothing particularly wrong with them. I think it gives the homeowner another warning, and I certainly don't oppose homeowners being warned about potential consequences of signing the easement.
All right, Mr. Hildreth, come forward, please.
As to the Emmett Hildreth, Blue Mountain Beach, I come to you as a citizen of Walton County and a citizen of Florida in that context. The letter I asked, and I asked you again, I asked county attorney before the meeting, he couldn't answer the question. Who's going to sign the letter? Can you tell me? It says, dear. And usually when it says dear somebody, there's a signature. Who's going to sign the letter, Mr. Chairman?
Council?
Well, I think the way this is going to work is these easements will be returned to, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but to our office, we're going to be the ones.
Who's going to sign the letter?
Hang on a minute.
Hang on, I'm trying to make sure I understand everything. They're going to be returned to the office of the county attorney, the originals. I can't remember what we talked about the last time.
They're supposed to be returned to the TDC. We forward them to you for legal
I'm-
sufficiency, and then we notify the Corps and AGS that they were, so that they won't send a second or third.
Yeah, so it will go out on their letterhead, so it'd be returned back to them.
So who's going to sign the
I haven't
letter?
really thought through that issue.
Who's going to sign the letter, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Hildreth, I don't know we know the answer to that yet, but we're going to try to figure that out between now and it goes out. I would suspect.
Why can't you just tell me who's going to sign the letter?
I suspect it will be either me or someone from the TDC or the TDC attorney, one of those three.
I ask you this, Mr. County Attorney, did you prepare the letter?
Yes, sir.
But you don't know who's going to sign it.
I haven't been directed that way yet. I would suspect it will either be me or the TDC attorney.
All right, I would like one addition in the letter.
My guess is
the one thing, if you're going to be candid in this letter, I think you need to add who is going to enforce the easement. And in conjunction with that, I called Joe Gavan on April 1, and that's no April Fool. And I asked him who is going to enforce the contents of the easement. He said, as to the United States, it will be under the President of the United States, Barack Obama, Eric Holder at the moment, and the Department of Justice. They will enforce the letter, and I think that needs to be included in the letter, Mr. County Attorney, who's going to enforce it. The people that are going to be in this thing need to know who the enforcement is, and that's the Department of Justice. It'll be you and Eric Holder at the moment. So I think that should go in the letter. Do you have any problem with that?
I don't know. I haven't thought through that issue, Mr. Hildreth.
Well, I think in order you can for the beachfront property owners, you need to tell them. You and Eric Holder are going to enforce the letter. Now, that's not a joke. That's very serious. The other thing is this. You know, my comment is this. This county commission, Board of County Commission, has no respect for the bar, the Florida State Bar. You have violated and practiced unauthorized law in the state of Florida by approving the modification agreement in distributing the easements. And I thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Harris, I think yours went up before Art. You're going to pass to Art?
Art Miller, and I'd like to represent the TDC, and well, I shouldn't say represent, but I do represent the TDC, and that I'm a treasurer of the TDC. And there are a couple of issues that I'd like to bring out in the open for your sake and also for the sake of those in the audience. First of all, the letter that we're talking about here was not presented to the TDC, ever. It was presented to us only after last Tuesday's meeting when I found a copy of it, or got a copy of it from a private citizen who had gotten it from Mr. Davis. I then asked Mr. Bagby to share it with the rest of us. So at no time have we ever seen this letter. The TDC has not approved the letter. Secondly, we have not, as you see by some of the ads that have been in the paper, particularly the one today by Governor Huckabee, I shouldn't say ads, but the item about the beach has been in the paper today. It talks about the TDC authorizing certain things. The TDC has not authorized anything. To my knowledge, I don't recall ever voting on this issue. The TDC doesn't have any power to vote on this issue. The TDC can only recommend to the Board of County Commissioners, as you well know. So when the TDC is told, or is being held out as the culprit here by these people who are concerned about the beach, that's not an accurate statement. The TDC is not the one who is making any decision here. The TDC, as a group, as Commissioner Meadows will attest, has not voted on this issue. So I think we ought to clarify who's doing what. Thirdly, the last thing I'd say is that we keep referring to this process that we're going through as beach renourishment. And that, I believe, is an inaccurate term. I've asked Mr. Bagby to clarify that because renourishment to me means to put something back to the way it was, to restore, to renourish. That's not the process that's going on here. So I know it's semantics, but it's an awfully important distinction between renourishment and what is being proposed here, which is not renourishment but fortification. So, but my concern here is with regard to the letter. I did get a copy of it only after I asked and after our TDC meeting. So I think the process is a little bit out of sorts.
Thank you. Ms. Harris?
I'll say something.
Mark, I apologize. I thought it was going to be under the TDC agenda and not under yours. I represent a 175-unit condominium as their president. What I'd like to ask is of Mark, who is the easement being mailed out to? At the TDC the other day, I asked this question and I couldn't get an answer from anyone. Is it going to? Now, I heard the talk that it was $5 a piece to mail it out if you mailed it out to everyone, but the firm, that was too much money, so the firm was only going to mail it out to the owner. But I don't think it's my responsibility as the president of Edgewater, and most board of directors of condominiums live out of town. So if you mail it to the association, I think it has to be mailed to every beachfront owner, and anybody in a 175 condo unit owns a portion of that beach. If it's a private beach, it's common area. So they own a portion of that. And I think until y'all can answer and get it straight exactly who is going to receive the easements, that's my question. Who, of all the condos up and down 30A, does each owner get one? Each person that has beach easement through private property get one? Or is it only the homeowner's going to get one? Who's getting the easements?
If you want me to answer. My understanding was the homeowners association or the condominium association would get one, then their board would have to act on it. That's my understanding. I may not be. They're not in the hands.
Is that depending on how the land is titled, like every piece of land is titled differently. I mean, some of them say beach, some of them say, homeowner association owns the beach. Some of them say some developer from 30 years ago owns the beach. So it's all different. And so what has to happen is they have to be sorted through. So if you're said Edgewater condominium on your beach, it would be sent to your board. That's my understanding.
I don't, just my personal belief is I don't believe a board can sign on behalf of 175 owners that own that piece of property.
My understanding is that each condominium has different association rules. Some of them have said that they can execute it for anything for everybody, and some of them say they have to get a vote from the. So it's gonna be specific.
I just want you to be very careful that you don't cause owners to get in lawsuits with the board, who the board in turn sues because they thought if they got the letter, they thought they could do it. I think you've got to educate every condominium down here is that the condominiums need to get the letter, but their letter needs to be different. It needs to say, take this to your attorney. The board may not be able to make this decision. And then you're going to...
Ms. Harris, frankly, one of the changes Mr. Safford recommended, which I agree with, does say if you're receiving the letter in a representative capacity, you need to consult your documents, you need to consult your board. So,
well, see, we haven't seen that recommendation.
No, and I understand. I just got it this afternoon, and I frankly think that was a very good idea, and I don't have any heartache with that amendment. And it should take care of your concern.
Okay.
Why don't you read it?
Thank you.
You want me to read it?
I will. If you are receiving this letter in a capacity as a member of a condo association, condo or homeowner association, the association should consult their guiding documents, for example, declaration of condominium or covenants, to ascertain whether the association board has the authority to execute an easement or whether the board needs to consent I think it should say to all or a portion of the members, from all or a portion of the members of the association. So I frankly think that's a very good addition to the proposal.
And also, too, condominium is spelled incorrectly.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Did you notice that? And before he comes up, I have a couple of things. I think the first paragraph says that, Walton County, the TDC, the environmental, everybody is undertaking a stormwater damage. That is an incorrect statement. Okay. We are not undertaking a project. We are considering a project, considering a hurricane storm damage reduction project. I think for the purpose of, maybe not restore is not the right word, but for the purpose of, and then take some language from the Army Corps of Engineers, the way they couch it. They say it's not to protect property, it's to protect the ecosystem. That's their terminology. But anyway, I think the letter, we need to review the letter again and bring it back to another meeting. But one of the other things that I saw in here was on the last paragraph where it says, we need your easement returned to us on or before. I think at which time we'll review that you're going to determine whether project. I think that needs to be explained a little bit better. But I think when you say we need your easement, I think we need to say we need your response. Okay. Whether it's whatever it is, but telling somebody you need their easement might convince them that, but I got to sign this. But anyway, I think that last sentence needs to be kind of looked at again too.
Would you? Because in the first paragraph, the second sentence, you couch that differently. The proposed project will restore.
I forget what the terminology is. The Army Corps of Engineers has it's their purpose for this project. The proposed project's purpose is, then to recite that. It is to.
I can pull it. I finally have the Corps' application, so I can.
Okay. Sir, did you want to comment?
Well, one of the things too is that I learned was the Army Corps has studied this beach and has determined it to be, I think, 5 foot lower than they think it should be. There's some technical language, and so their purpose is really to build it back up and add berms and
All right, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is William Dunaway. I represent several condominium associations.
Spell your name for the clerk, please.
DUNAWAY, with offices at 1701 East County Line Road 30A. Mr. Chairman, one of the things that I wanted to rise and talk is just the comment that Mark made, and I appreciate Mr. Safford making those changes regarding condo association. But then Commissioner Meadows mentioned the idea that, again, the language is if you are receiving this in a representative capacity. My understanding was that what you just approved that you're spending $60,000 on was to determine who owns the title to the property, and the people who are getting the title to the property are going to be getting the letters. So only property owners are going to be getting it.
I misquoted. It actually says you're receiving this letter in a capacity as a member of a condominium or homeowners association.
Okay. Well, because as the discussion earlier has gone, that can be a difficult determination as to what a condominium association, what authority they have on behalf of their owners, or do all of the owners do they own the beach as tenants in common, and they all have to agree. So very important, and I appreciate that language. The other thing was, again, to just address the issue, and we talked about this in past, but Commissioner Meadows mentioned it just then, and when she says, this is not a project we're undertaking, it's a project that we're considering, but we don't have an out for the property owners who signed a 50-year easement. So when they sign it, it doesn't seem to be a way out. And we've talked about that, and we've heard from the Corps of Engineers, and they seem to be, and maybe Mr. Davis can clarify this, there seemed to be the issue that if we don't proceed with this project, are we then going to Are the easements going to disappear? Are we going to
Yeah.
get some document back from that?
And that point's well taken. We probably
Yeah.
need to include a paragraph that says something on the lines, if the county does not go forward with the project, we'll come up with the language,
Yeah.
then we'll either destroy or return the easements. And I'll figure out which
This
of
would be
these it is.
important.
Yeah,
I
the
agree.
signed
That's a point
easements
well
would be returned to the above address or
Thank
something
you.
to that effect, yeah.
That's a well point.
Thank you, sir. Come forward. Yes, sir.
Take another
Yeah.
60,000. Why can't we
Well,
just
you could
shred
just
them?
put a stamp on
Oh,
it.
okay.
You wouldn't have to.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Sullivan. I'm a resident of Miramar Beach. I just wanted to bring up to clarify, we're talking about these condominium associations. You need to take a look at Chapter 718 of the statutes, which says that giving up part of your property is going to be a material change to the documents of that. That will require 3/4 or 2/3 of all the owners to agree. And I can tell you can't get 2/3 of anybody to agree to anything. So I live in a 220 home condominium. You never get that. So just consider what you're going to have to go through to get these associations to approve it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, sir. Yes, sir.
Again, Kent Seyfried with Hopping Green and Sam's out of Tallahassee, Florida, on behalf of numerous property owners in opposition to the project. I think you did receive my edits, and I appreciate, Mark, you agreeing with those. And the condominium portion has already been addressed, so I won't talk about those. But before I get into the edits on the mortgages, I want to step back and say, or have the commission think, why are we moving forward? You know, Commander made a good point. Why are we spending $60,000 for these easements to go out? We know they're not coming back. The Condos Association, you're not going to get the approvals there. There's 80 or 90 of those in this project. It's not going to happen. Let's not spend $60,000 for that, for a project that I don't think this commission supports. I don't think Commission Commander supports it. And Ms. Meadows, I believe she indicated to one of my clients today that she went to a National Beach project, and I forget the name of it.
National Beach Technology
National Beach
Conference.
Technology, and your thoughts from that was you couldn't support any project with public support or not, from a scientific standpoint. So I don't know that the support's there. We're wasting $60,000. At best, why don't you send out a letter to all of the landowners, the beachfront landowners, and say, are you in support or not? Return in 30 days. Then they don't have to go through a notary, they don't have to sign any easements, and you'll know within 30 days what your public support is. Because I can assure you, the emails y'all are getting in support of them, to the extent you are from non-beachfront landowners. Of course, the non-front beach owners are in support of it. So let's do it the cheap way. Let's do it the efficient way and the smart way. Let's spend $5,000 sending out a mailer with a return envelope. Do you support it or not? Then you will know. And don't spend $60,000 with American Government Services. Don't spend any more money perpetuating this 8-9-year-old project that you guys inherited that I don't think anybody here wants. It's a hot potato. You heard the TDC board member. We never approved the project. They never approved this letter. They're distancing themselves from this project. Nobody wants to answer the question, is this a restoration project conducted by the county? There's a lawsuit about it now. Why are we even here at this point? Moreover, there's some of the issues that were raised legal issues. And I will quote to you the mortgages from 2 properties along the stretch of beach. And I quote, this is in somebody's mortgage. If all or any part of the property or any interest in the property is sold or transferred without lender's prior written consent, lender may require immediate payment in full of all sums secured by this security instrument. You're sending a letter out asking somebody to execute it to violate their mortgage. That's tortious interference with a contract. You have to go to the mortgage lender, get their approval to subordinate this. And that's nowhere in this cover letter. And that is a lot of liability for this county to send out 900 of those for some very expensive beachfront property when those mortgages could be accelerated and put the landowners in a very bad, unique position. So again, this is a hot potato. It's time for it to be dropped. And let's use sensible economic expenditures to ascertain the true support of it. Because I can assure you, from everybody we've heard through, from websites and other information that are beachfront landowners, there is absolutely no support for this. The only support seems to be coming from TDC staff. and TDC staff whose job it is to promote this project. And that leads me back again to some of the mismanagement. The TDC board didn't even approve this letter. And some of the communications by the TDC executive director that's being put out in the paper have continuously been false. And I will refer you to a March statement by the executive director where he pointed people to the project in 2006 and 2007 in response to the sand quality. He said, go look at that sand down in Miramar Beach. That was nourished in 5 and in 6. And it's just as white as anything in the county. The Barrow area that sand came from was here, 2,000 miles off East Pass. It contained pristine white sand, no shells. The Barrow area for this project, 5 miles offshore, admitted by the Corps, contains 10 times as much shell and 2 color shades darker than the sand on the current beach. It's a misrepresentation to the citizens about what's going to happen. Second, in an April 1st article, he stated the sand quality had been approved by DEP.
Sir.
The DEP hasn't approved
Sir,
anything.
listen to me. Let's talk about the content of the letter, and I'll stay away from sand quality and all that. That's not the topic before us right now, so stay with the letter.
I understand. And what I would like in this letter is true, complete, full, accurate information to go to the citizens, because heretofore we haven't received that. And I appreciate Mark putting in my comments, which will fulfill that and make it more truthful so they know what they're signing, that they're going to violate their mortgage when they sign this easement.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One of the things I'd like to clarify too about the TDC Advisory Board, my understanding is that the TDC Advisory Board from years past would have approved this to go forward. We can't undo something that they did. They said move it forward, so it moved forward. The cover letter, definitely wasn't brought before the TDC Advisory Council. That is a true fact. But it certainly could be taken before them. I mean, they meet every other month, so I mean, it certainly could be. But one of the things I did also garner from the technology conference that I went to was that there are hundreds of these projects going on all over the United States. And I think that, a lot of the things that some people are saying are they're overcomplicating the whole thing. Somewhere in South Florida, they're doing a project right now. They have figured out how to send out easements, how to get people to sign them, how to they have figured all this out. This is not new stuff. And so another thing I did learn, though, is that one of the things was that the beaches that didn't have a beach already, or the beaches that their sand had washed away down to Miami shores or something, those were the people that were clamoring for beach, give us beach. And that's where the projects are going. In my personal opinion, we're not there yet. However, can we take his word that everybody is opposed to it? I mean, that's my problem with it is have we heard from everybody? As commissioner, I have heard from some beachfront owners who want it. They wouldn't send a letter to Mr. Seifert or anybody else, but I would see it. So, the question is, who do you listen to? My opinion is you have to listen to the people. And that is why the whole thing about sending the official easement out so they know the seriousness of the issue. Because if somebody sent me something and said, are you for or against, pizza, I might say, well, what kind of pizza? Well, so it's a matter of, if you send that letter out, then you have to explain. I mean, so there's really nothing you can send out that's simple and says, here it is, that kind of thing. So that's my problem and I'm sure that you're representing your clients and you're telling the truth and your testimony is correct. But I represent 57,000 people. And I think how many of them are beachfront owners? I don't know, thousands of beachfront owners. So I feel like it's my duty as commissioner to do my job and to not only listen to you, but also listen to the person who might not be here, might not know anything about this, but might truly think that they would like, this kind of project. Because there are people who, believe it or not, that, that say, yeah, I want you to re-nourish my beach because I'm not going to be able to afford to re-nourish it if a storm takes my everything out. So that's my take on it is, I think it made a good presentation, but I still haven't heard from all my constituents, all our constituents.
Okay.
Any other questions for me?
No, sir.
Okay.
I don't believe so, no. All right, what's the board's wishes?
Commissioners, I think at this point, given...
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am, didn't see your arm.
I just want to
State your name, please.
first tell you that I am Janet Huckabee, Huckabee. I am a resident at Blue Mountain Beach. And in reference to the gentleman who was talking about the letter from my husband, yes, that is the same Huckabee. First, I want to make it clear that that letter went out to every one of the commissioners first, and that none of the commissioners except Commissioner Meadows responded. And the letter was also addressed to a few of the neighbors, and it was apparent that apparently the commissioners didn't care, so some of the neighbors took that letter and asked if they could put it in the paper, and he said, I don't care. So that's why it was in the paper. If it was incorrect, it was because he was using information about the easement being a nourishment for the beach, and that information was how it was told to us. To say that information has been misrepresented, that is probably true, because it is misrepresented. We've sat in this meeting before. We were told that certain things weren't going to happen on the beach if it was, to be done like the Corps and TDC had said. And then later it came back and said that vendors could be out on that and be used and be put out there. And the letter misrepresented that. So we don't trust the government. Simple as that. So we can't trust that the letter is just going to be sent to homeowners. If you own more than one place, you get more than one letter, so you get more than one vote. I don't know. I have 3 places on the beach.
Yeah, you'll get an easement for each property.
I don't know. I don't really trust everything that's going on. So when I look at the news and see what's happening in Panama City and on their beaches, I really don't want that down here, quite frankly. And if you have more beach, you have more trouble. So, no, we don't trust what's going on, and I don't think we need to spend $60,000 for everything that we're going to do. We can use 2 stamps, one to go, one to come back. But that's my opinion. We don't think that it's going to be represented right, but what I think you should put in that letter is perhaps, can we get from you the responses from everybody? You say you're getting tons of email that says, yes, we want all this. I haven't heard one single person say they want this. And so what I hear is no, what you're hearing is yes. Can we get from you maybe the data that says, this is what we heard, this is what people said, these are the responses. Perhaps maybe when you get the response from the letter, instead of saying 50% said yes, 50% said no, you can say these people, these addresses said yes, these people said no. Is that a possibility that we can see that certain people said
Ms.
yes, certain people
Huckabee,
said no?
the way I would see that happening, if these things are sent out and whatever we get back, I would expect them, staff, to notify us, okay, we had 100 over here said yes, 50 over here said no, and we got 400 that didn't say yay or nay. I would want that breakdown too. That's going to help determine what maybe direction I may want to go in. But that's what I'm expecting from whatever response that comes back. I would assume the rest of the board is looking for the same thing. Whatever is sent out, whatever comes back in, we can break it down by yay, nay, or just didn't respond at all.
And what region too? I mean, because there may be 7 in a row.
Well,
and-
yeah, they-
Yeah, so
and
we.
tag-
Because we know you're not
Yeah.
sending out 57,000,
You know.
letters. We know that's not happening. So you're going to only send it to property owners.
The 900-plus property owners on the beach that's
So
been
if I own
identified,
10 pieces of property, I will get 10
you
letters.
should get 10 letters.
And that
Is there
will be
a-
10 responses that you will have. And we're going to get 900 different responses, and you're going to say 500 said yes, and it will be broken down.
Well,
like
the other thing too, whatever comes back from that is going to be sent to the Corps, whatever the response may be. And the Corps is going to make the decision as to whether or not we're going to do a certain section, we're going to jump over sections and go somewhere else because people didn't want it. So,
Isn't that going to really cause more trouble?
Well,
If you have like a mile here and
well,
2
it
miles
could very
another?
well do that. It'll be up to the individual property owner, not the board, as to whether or not you want to participate in this renourishment project. If you elect you don't, and you're bypassed, and we get a storm, and that becomes a channel, and that's where all the water initially heads into, you could get blown away or washed away. I've seen a lot of hurricanes in this county in my career here, and I've seen
But doesn't that just force you to, I mean, aren't you just making it worse when you force water to something? I mean,
well,
don't
that was
you?
that would have been the landowner's decision
No,
whether they
sir.
want it.
No, sir. At that point, didn't you say you have to have a certain amount of miles before you put
The
something
Corps will
in?
determine what segment or how long a segment that is viable for this project.
But we were told there had to be a certain amount of
Well, it could
miles.
very well be. I do not know what the Corps',
We were told in the meeting that it had to be a
well,
certain
I
length
wasn't
of
present,
miles.
so, but anyway,
You weren't present?
unless it happened at the board.
It really, the court told us in a meeting, face to face, that, it really depends on elevations, topography, the mean high water. It depends on a lot of different things. So it could be a mile, could be a mile and a half. It could be. So they said there's no way to really know until they look at the entire length of the beach and see that, this section has signed the easement and that they want it on their project. And they may look at it and say it's not feasible because it doesn't make sense to do it on this short of a beach. And I think, that's what they told us. Now,
Well, the meeting we were in, they said that it had to be at least a mile long before they could even make sense with it.
well, and I don't know who said that, but that's what they told us when we met with them one-on-one and said, they said, well, it could be a mile, it could be a mile and a half, it could be 2 miles. It will all depend on
What they think and
the elevation,
who signs what.
the financial feasibility.
I'm the
'cause-
government and I'm here to help you.
Yeah.
Mr. Miller?
Art Miller, I'd like to clarify what Mrs. Huckabee was asking about. The statement about a mile was originally made by Brad Pickle in a meeting. That statement was later contradicted by the Army Corps of Engineers, and their answer was more in keeping with what what Ms. Meadows just said, that it depended on the topography and other issues. But the idea that it was a mile at a crack was originally put out there, and that was not an accurate statement. So I think it was probably, to defend Mr. Pickle a little bit, I think it was generally put out there. In general, that's what it would be. But the Army Corps said, no, that's not the case. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, front row.
Gary Drake, D-R-A-K-E. In the cover letter, the return date is blank. Are you going to decide today on what the date is going to be, or 30 days after receipt, or what are you going to do about it?
Frankly, I was going to discuss that with American Services folks. It looks like we're going to do another draft anyway. just to see what they've done in the past in other parts, how long it took, and then when they were going to do their second one and that sort of thing. So, yeah, I left it blank on purpose for that reason.
So you anticipate having another
Well,
meeting and a vote with different updates on
I've got
the-
2 pages of notes, so I suspect we will have to do it again, but
I
I'll leave that to
suspect
the
it won't
commission.
be passed tonight.
I think there was discussion that 6 months from the date that they were mailed out was something that there was a consensus on, but
Yeah.
we haven't actually made that decision.
I think my suggestion would be sooner is better. Let's get this going and figure out what we're doing.
All right, thank you. Mary, I think you're next, then Bob.
My name's Mary Nielsen, Nielson. I think that you glossed over HOAs, and I'd like to bring to your attention that there's so many different variables. If in fact you contract with, say, this company, and you are the ultimate holder of the responsibility for what they do, and they send out an easement or an agreement to an HOA, not a condominium, an HOA, by accident, by lack of understanding, by whatever, or an interpretation that they think so-and-so has some legal holding of that property. But if it's an accident or a mistake, they send out an easement, and that board of directors is so inclined to vote yes and send it back, when in reality they don't have the legal standing. Your agency then is receiving something that they assume is legally correct. And if in fact that were to ever happen, and that stretch were to be nourished, and those individual owners came to town one day and saw the thing out there shooting it in, and there was no legal standing, what is your legal liability because you had this company do it? It bypassed those particular actual Gulfront owners, and a group of people who wanted it, because they might have been in the North 40, signed that because it was a mistake. Are you that sure of your accuracy in your data and in your who's responsible? Because I know a lot of associations that they have no legal right to sign anything about those individual owners' beach. And Paradise by the Sea is the prime example. That could go to that board of directors, they could sign it thinking they had the right, but the 28 owners might not have that. They have the right. Only those 28 owners have the legal right to sign it. But that's notwithstanding that this agency may go ahead and send that HOA a letter. Where is your legal situation in that case of an error? I think that's something you need to think long and hard about before you have these go into HOAs.
Thank you, Bob.
I think too, while she's going, there's enough places in South Florida that have done this project that there's got to be a bevy of information about how they did this, because in Miami Beach there are condos that have thousands of people in them. So I would maybe recommend that we talk to some of the, and I have all the names of the places that have been nourished or projects.
Okay. You provide that to council?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bob?
For the record, my name is Bob Ding Dong Hudson, H-U-D-S-O-N. I think we need a little laugh here for a few minutes, Larry, if that's okay with you. But I do have a couple of observations that I would like to. I get a lot of emails, a lot of phone calls, a lot of opinions from people that seem to think that they have a vote, and I'm calling it a vote. If you send me an easement agreement and I'm either voting to move forward with the project or not move forward with the project. And I think we need to clearly define who's making these decisions. It's not the TDC, right? It's not the BCC. It's beachfront property owners. And I think people need to understand that clearly, because I've got all these people saying, well, what do you think? I said, well, I have an opinion, but I'm not one that's going to get to go to the ballot box and vote and things of that nature. The second thing is I hear a lot of people who make this statement that bothers me. that people make that statement, but they're obviously making the statement because they believe it, and they say they don't trust what's going on. That's very troubling to me, and I'm sure it is to you as well. For example, you had a lady who just asked the question, am I going to be able to see the results? And right now, if you move forward, it appears that you're hiring someone to do the mailing for you, but you're sending those responses to the TDC. And the TDC has taken some pretty heavy hits through this process, and I would suggest to you that you have a, quote, independent person be the custodian of those and things of that nature, without divulging who signed or who didn't sign by name or address or phone number. I wouldn't want those people to be called by someone who was for the project or against the project, but I think if you could make partial IDs or something of that nature available at a later date, Mark, as the Corps makes the decision, because there are going to be people say, you've heard it tonight, you've heard people say, I don't trust what's going on here, and I think we need to work very diligently to get that done. Those are just some observations of mine. My other one is, I don't see how you would be able to vote on this bill. I think you may have made a statement you think it's not. But I don't know how you vote on this letter tonight, because I don't know what's in it. I've heard this commissioner say, I want to make this and this one and this one and this one. And I also heard Mr. Miller say it hadn't been before the TDC. And I think the legislature now has about 16, 17 days before it ends. In my opinion, you're not going to get any funding out of the state this year. So I think you do have some time to do it, and do it in what I would say a very transparent process. Those are my thoughts, and I didn't call anybody a ding-dong.
You got any, can I have a ding-dong?
Can you have one? Hold on.
It's supper time.
Bill Fletcher has eaten about 10.
That's about right. I was kidding, Bob. Okay, yes, sir, come forward.
We'll cut it in fours.
Here, you want one?
I don't know, I've got the pretzels.
I'm Ed Goodwin. I'm a resident at 113 Fort Panic. I've had many contacts, and I've met with, I think, each and every commissioner at one point or another. There's been many things said tonight, some of which I find very disappointing, but I know that you people are trying to do what you believe to be the right thing. I don't think that there's some big scheme going on here or whatever. But I will say that we purchased our property in 1971. We built our house in 1978. We are in the same house that we built in 78. We've been through, I would say, well over 15 hurricanes. Our house is still standing. We built in compliance with the state codes. And yes, the water does get up under the house. The water does go behind the house. But we built on pilings and with the construction standards. Our house is still standing. I would like to see more sand out in front of the house. But as has been said tonight, well, I'll back up. I recently had a contact with the fire department here. My wife fell down some steps about a couple of weeks ago, broke a leg, and we asked for assistance from the fire department just to get her back in the house or get her in the car so we could get her to the hospital. I used to be on the fire board many years ago, and I really felt proud of those people that gave us the service. I got to tell you, the fire department made it very, very clear that they were here to serve the citizens of South Walton, and that anything they could do to help us or help anybody else, they were there to help us. We were not there to help them. And this whole series, I've been involved right from the get-go, I think, on the beach renourishment. There is a real credibility issue between me and the county commission, especially the Tourist Development Council. I get the feeling, and I think many other owners do also, that the Tourist Development Council is not there serving me, even though we're paying the taxes that covers their expenses and so forth, and I have no problem. I would love to have the tourists come on my property, but the county has made it very clear, mainly through the TDC, that if I allow the public to use my property on the beach for a period of 10 to 20 years, whatever it is, on prescriptive or proscriptive easement, I lose all rights to control the beach. I've been informed by the TDC and code enforcement that I do not control my own property. Well, you're looking at a farm boy, and our title reads, we own all rights given to a Mr. Edward Fisher in 1955 as it came out of Homestead, except for mineral rights and easements that were specified. We still hold to Edwin Fisher, his heirs and assigns. We are an assign of Edwin Fisher. The county has no right to tell me that I cannot control use of the first 10 feet off the water because our title says we own out into the water, and we had it surveyed this year proving that we own out into the water, but the TDC will not recognize it. The Sheriff Department will not recognize it. And it's up to me to protect my property rights. I've suggested such things as a recreational trust. Absolutely no response. It's not what the TDC wants. The TDC wants to control our white sand beach. And I would not, where I come from, we allow our neighbors, if they respect our property rights, we allow them to come onto our property, hunt, fish, or whatever. But my experience here is our attorney, we got taken to court on our own property for doing exactly what the TDC told us to do, mark the boundaries of our property. We got a letter from the sheriff saying, you must mark the boundaries of your property. I did, and guess what? The Board of County Commissioners passed an ordinance, I think specifically aimed at us, that basically said that we cannot control the use of our own property. For the first 30 feet up to our vegetation line.
Your allotted time's up. Thank you.
I think I made my point.
Yes, sir, you did.
And I do not trust anything that's been said to me on the beach renourishment.
Okay.
And I think many other my neighbors.
Points taken. Thank you. All right. From what I can hear, and from what I've made notes too, Mark, all over as far as what could be, maybe the consensus should be that we just delay this to a future date and have these comments and notes and suggestions
First meeting in May.
put into a draft for further review at a later date.
First meeting in May.
First meeting in May, is that too early, Mark?
No, not too early.
All right, look.
Yeah, decide, who's going to sign it.
Yeah.
And decide, what the proposal is as far as the time frame, I think.
Well, and I don't always agree with Bob Hudson, but in this particular case, I think there might be some value to having these returned to somebody independent of either the county or the TDC, so there's not another spear you can chunk at somebody at a later date. So maybe we ought to look at that.
I agree with that too. I think that's a great idea, is have a...
It's not to throw any aspersions on the TDC or anything like that, but just for the sake of
perception,
having a parade up here about all these.
And I'll think that through. My initial thoughts, there's several title companies that do that, but let me think that through, and I'll get a report back to you with a letter.
Okay.
Okay, it'd be the first meeting down here in May. Is that what we're pressing for? May 12th? Yeah. Put a cake with that too, please.
And just to summarize, could I say
You
something?
got a cake.
You got it.
TDC meets June the 4th or something like that, the first Tuesday in June again. So the TDC Advisory Committee wants to review it. It would have to go to the first meeting in June.
I just think we need to get it done. I'm sorry.
Could I say
Can't we
Okay.
print it out and they
Can I say one more thing?
individually?
Yes, ma'am.
And just kind of to summarize how I feel, I feel like it's very important that we get opinion from everyone. I was here when a hurricane hit, and I saw houses on the cliffs about to go in. And so, you know, I don't know if we need to be as complicated. I'd like to simplify everything and make, you know, not spend much money. I mean, if we can do a simple thing, but it's very important to me to hear how every person, you know, a lot of us come to these meetings and we hear, but there's people out there that work and they don't come to meetings, and they're, you know, so I you know, my opinion is that we do need to hear from everyone. And we're trying to do the least restrictive way of getting there. Thank you.
So I think we've got it figured out.
Right.
Yeah.
All right,
May 12th.
May 12th.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you,
moving right
Commissioner.
along.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioners. The next item is regarding the PACE funding agency, and I appreciate these folks being here tonight. We had some concerns raised to us by the tax collector's office, and we sent and I see Corey Goblin's here, we sent a letter to them saying we were going to talk to you guys about possibly terminating it. In the meantime, we spent some time with emails and phone calls, and we've agreed to just a simple 30-day suspension of any activity under the terms of the contract until we can get those concerns addressed. Quite frankly, I think they have been addressed at this point, but I just want to make sure we dot all our I's and cross all our T's and everybody's satisfied before we move forward. If we are satisfied, you just won't see anything else on the agenda because the contract's already in place. So
Okay.
that's my report to you on that issue, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 6 on there. That mark, that yours?
Say it again.
Is that, yeah,
It's up to the
Sir?
chairman.
I thought he'd already talked.
Are you going to talk again about what you'd already talked about earlier?
No, I want to clarify that there's, y'all asked if you were going to suspend any activity. We
For 30 days.
well, I think we've resolved everything, and you got a lot of contractors and property owners that would like to continue to move forward.
And we may do that tomorrow. I just want to make sure I sit down with everybody one more time, make sure everything's nice and clean. I think it is, but I'm not going to tell them tonight I've done that. Okay?
No, that's
okay.
fine. But
so we'll resolve it in the next couple of 2 or 3 days if there's anything left to be resolved.
Good, and you're
I can't-
authorized to do that, and we're very happy, and thank you so much, folks. All right?
But if you aren't clear, then you bring it back to us.
Yes, sir. If there's some problem, I'll bring it back to
And I'll defer to Mark, and we can work this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And
right.
Commissioners, I apparently missed one. No, I didn't. The next item I have is a request to allow the staff to begin negotiations regarding a proposal to sell some property to Walton County out by the Macedonia Missionary Baptist Church.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could, the appraisal of that property came in substantially different from the asking price. I don't think there's really any use in us pursuing it.
Okay.
We certainly can if you would like us to, but I think we know we could buy better property for what we need for what this is appraised for or less.
Right.
So we would, absent some direction of your part, we just consider this done.
My conversations with the owners of that property, I'm pretty confident that they're not going to budge off of that original request. And it was 140. It was appraised out at 33.5 or something like that. So, absent that, we need a pit. Me and Ms. Jones need a pit someplace because I don't have one nowhere, and hers is about to go away. So we've got maybe direct staff, public works, somebody start looking around. There's a 49 acres site just to the north, across the street from where it is. That may be. So we just may have to look at that.
Right.
That both of you and I can use it.
And it was quite funny because I went out yesterday in the rain to look at it. I'm a visual person, and of course the property sloped. And as we were pulling down, Commissioner Chapman was there, and I said, "It's just great to see you doing your work, your due diligence too." So we were not breaking the sunshine. We were just happened to be in the same place at the same time.
Passed each other on.
Yeah, for 120, they must think.
You know, Commissioner Chapman, he'll show up wherever there's like a big hole or a washout. I mean, I'll go out there and he'll be out. He'll go, where, you know, I've been out here since breakfast. Where you been? I mean, he shows, he loves that kind of stuff. So,
Okay, so I guess consensus is we're going
gonna
to
pass
pull it
that.
off the table.
We'll notify them that
Okay.
they're interested.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioners. The last item I have is, actually, the chairman asked me to just to briefly discuss with you, well, it's not the last item, it's the second from last item. We often get public records requests, I say often, we get public records requests that are not really public records requests, they're just requests for information. In the past, we've responded by saying there's just no document that would answer your question. Sometimes, depending on if there is a document, we'll occasionally find one that says, this responds to your question, although it really wasn't a public records request. And I'm just telling you that for purposes of, I know you guys are getting copies of our public records log, and some of those are those types of requests, and we've responded without answering, if that makes sense. We've responded with, really, you're not asking for public records, you're asking a question, and we don't answer those questions. We just say we don't have a document that would answer your question. So I just wanted to let you guys know that that's happening, and that's how we're responding. If you want me to respond in a different way, I certainly will. But I think that's the most legal and certainly the most defensible way to respond to those types of requests. And again, we don't get a ton of them, but we get them fairly regularly.
And I just have a question. Do we have one central place that all these requests come to? I mean, I heard earlier that one went to TDC, 50 days, that's not acceptable. And then, so, I mean, do we have a system that kind of centralizes them and we can get them back in a timely way? I mean,
Commissioner, to be blunt with you, what we have set up since I've been here is this. We went out and trained every department's personnel, we call them DRAMs, that if they receive a public records request in that department, that only requests a document from that department. The DRAM responds from that department. If they receive a public records request that calls for documents from multiple departments, they send it to our office and we coordinate the response. It's just easier that way. If they receive one that's for emails, or we take care of that because we coordinate with MIS to get those back. We have done some recent changes in our office to catch. We get a lot of emails for public records requests that should be going to departments. And so we're trying to get those sent back out so we can sort of slow down the pace at our office on the numbers. So to answer your question, there's not really one place where it goes to, but that really is the most efficient way to respond. And the DRAMs have done a pretty good job of turning the ones around they get that just ask for instance, at Public Works, somebody wants a copy of a work order. There's no reason to send that to me. I mean, it just slows it down. So that's how we've handled them so far. But thank you, and I want to make that report. And lastly, Commissioners, as you may know, we received and have now been served a lawsuit in federal court regarding the HDSR project. We need to retain an attorney. My contract allows me to retain attorneys. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is I'm going to actually have a contract tomorrow because we have a hearing Monday, so we need to get this person in place. There is some question about insurance coverage. It doesn't look like we're going to have coverage, but we're going to make sure of that. But what I'm asking you is to allow me to go ahead and retain a firm to represent us in federal court in this matter, and then I'll have the contract back to you because there will be some activity between now and the next meeting. So I'd like your permission to go ahead and do that.
Let me ask a question. What is the lawsuit? What is it? What are their contentions?
It's 2 counts. There's a public records count, and
Okay.
I hope I've explained that to you. And
they
then
didn't get the public records in time.
timely.
Okay.
Again, that's part
And
of
then
this.
the
The second one is a question of whether or not our White Sands ordinance applies to this
Okay.
particular project.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I think that's a fair characterization.
Okay.
All right.
So I just need your authorization to go forward, to go ahead and retain the fund.
Okay, what's the board's wishes on him retaining an attorney for that?
I mean, I'm fine with it, but I
You got
guess
somebody in mind?
I have to ask, if we haven't voted to do it yet, how can we be sued and we hadn't voted to do something?
Well, those are issues that we're going to have to take care of in federal court. Yes, ma'am.
What?
I'm probably going to use a firm out of Tallahassee, Wade Palmer and Shoemaker. I know them. They're very, very good at this kind of work.
They're Pensacola around town.
Yes, ma'am. They're in Pensacola, and the case is in Pensacola, so it saves us some travel money.
What's the board's wishes?
So moved.
Forget what he said about
Second.
Tallahassee.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Commissioners, thank you very much.
All right, we're going to stand in recess till 6:30. Come to order, please. I think the next thing on our agenda is about 4 public hearings.
During the break, a young lady came up and I told her she needed to ask you about some of the additional public comments on Jill Tanner, the Bay Restaurant. She wanted to know if she needed to be on the agenda or not. If she requested permission to allow dogs outside of the Bay Restaurant. So she needs to stay and speak on that, right?
Yes, so she wants to talk about it now. I've asked council to look at the statute dealing with that. This is it's a long process before it even gets to where you come up and ask for it.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just thought it seemed a little small for me to be on the agenda.
Well.
Should she leave or should she?
I don't mind waiting at all.
Okay.
I just didn't want to be here.
Let her, okay, if you'll just hang tight, we'll get to it after these public hearings. Okay. All right, the first one, public hearing, deals with the ordinance dealing with the South Walton tax increment area.
Motion to open the public hearing?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Okay, this is a public hearing. Camille, if you want to just stand forward here, just in case there's any, are you okay there? In case you got any comments or questions from the board, is there any public comments? Come forward, sir, state your name for the record and spell your last name. Thank you.
Emmett Hildreth, EMMETTHILDRETH, Blue Mountain Beach, citizen of Walton County, state of Florida. On the increment, I assume that's what we were talking about on
correct.
The increment, South Walton.
South Walton area, yes, sir.
The increment deal is based upon assessed value going up, right? Would you say right? Anybody?
I'm sure that's, if it goes up.
It's based on increment assessment value going up, right?
That's correct. If it goes up, yes, sir.
Okay. Everything that you're doing, and this is on point, everything that you're doing or done here today with the modification agreement going forward, violating the law, is sending property values down and assessed value down. Now, my point is this. Why can't you just stop this beach nourishment, which is going to devalue property and work against your increment and send property values down? Why do you persist in an oxymoron? You can't have it both ways. You cannot have property values going down, which this beach nourishment will do. It'll send them down, assess values down, when you want it to go up with your increment deal here. And my point is this. I think, I don't understand this commission. You want property assessed values to go up, then scuttle this beach nourishment, and property values will go up, and we won't have this endless debate and argument and this friction among people.
Okay, Mr. Hildreth, let's get back on task as far as
the increment tax. That's what I'm talking about. We need to scuttle what sends property values down. Your increment deal won't work if the assessed values go down. That's where you hit it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Yes, sir.
Alan Vaquera, and I'm just trying to find out more information about what this is all about here. I understand how the tax increment tax works for a particular area. I'm just sorry this wasn't implemented back in 2008. But is this map representing something about what this area is?
I think we'll just get Camille to come forward. She's the consultant on this. Put this together. Let her give you the Reader's Digest version, so to speak, of what it means.
Good afternoon. My name is Camille Tharp from Government Services Group in Tallahassee.
This map up here is a map of the proposed 30A tax increment area, and the proposed 30A project would include all those properties south of the bay in South Walton. It would help fund drainage, roadway, crosswalk, and bridge improvements along 30A and in that area. This area is comprised of about 41,000 properties. And the project costs are about $11.3 million. And what you're being asked to do today is just to adopt an ordinance that creates the tax increment area, defines the purpose for the TIF, and in South Walton, it'll be those things I just discussed. The ordinance will describe how you will annually calculate the TIF, establishing the base year as of January 1st, 2014, and establishing the amount to be funded every year, which will be set annually by resolution. The ordinances create the TIF trust fund for each area and establish the deadline for transfer of the TIF funds annually. So this is just a procedural ordinance, puts things in place for you then to be able to use this increment every year on an annual basis based on your policy decisions to help fund those projects within this area.
Camille, one of the things people have asked me is, it's really not the 30A TIF. It's really the south of Choctaw TIF. So I think people have asked me, well, does it include, Scenic Gulf Drive down at Miramar? I think we should either say, whereas the county's adopted blah, 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 which governs development in areas south of Choctawhatchee Bay, either that or when you name these roads here, include Scenic Gulf Drive, because it looks, it looks like you're pointing out certain roads, and it doesn't include Scenic Gulf Drive.
Right.
Aside from that, also, I'd kind of like to clarify on US 331 in here. That
Yes.
would indicate to me that's everything from 98 all the way to the Alabama line, and I think the scenic corridor is from south of the bridge to 98.
And I think those are good points, and they're definitely within the narrative part of it, but then you actually have a list of parcels. So the list of parcels that you have attached to the ordinance it actually includes all this area for 30, that's South Walton, south of the bay, south of the bay. And then if you look at the other map, which is the 331 area, it includes all the parcels in all those colors. Yeah. And so maybe the description within the ordinance could be a little bit better, but it includes all these parcels that are on these two maps.
Include, okay.
Could we stick on the one on South Walton right now?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So the improvements, do we have to spell out exactly what improvements we want to make, or can we just say infrastructure improvements and we can decide later what we mean by that?
Roads, stormwater.
Capital projects, correct.
Okay.
Capital projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is an excellent way in any area, and especially here in South Walton, and to be able to fund some of the projects that we can't solely help with grants and other money, be able to leverage.
Yeah. And
one of the good things is you can leverage this money,
right.
To make stormwater improvements, to make improvements in the area that we need to do. I am all in favor of it. I would ask, because I have not been able to meet with Melissa. I'd like to spend some time with her before we decide exactly, do we do 100%, do we do 75% or 50%? But I think it's an excellent way to do some of the needed improvements we need down here.
I do too, and I think especially too since the state of Florida, deems a lot of the roads up north of the bay as rural, and we can get all kinds of money for those roads, $4 or $5 million, I think, in the past couple of years. But we can't get any state funding for any of these roads because they're not rural.
Yeah.
So I think this makes a lot of sense.
It really does. Yeah.
Do we have any charts that show, like, if we did 50%, how much money it would be?
I didn't do I only have a sample calculation because we went back to the base year. I didn't do the specific calculations, but I could certainly do those for the. You won't know your new year until at least June 1st, but as soon as you get that, we can certainly do that calculation.
Melissa has has began working on some of those numbers.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I think Commissioner Commander's a good idea. If y'all give her opportunity before the next meeting to sit down with you, she can brief you on what those numbers look like.
And kind of give me an analysis of how it's going to affect the whole county budget as
Exactly.
well.
I mean, we can go ahead and pass this tonight, but just wait till we plug in the numbers, right?
I would absolutely suggest you move it forward.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, the ordinance only sets the maximum percent, which is not going to be 100%, but every year you'll be by resolution setting the percentage based during your budget.
We will do that
here-
every year.
Right.
And Camille, do we have to set the base year in this ordinance?
You do have to set the base year in this ordinance, which we have set for January 2014.
And that may be part of your discussion with Melissa. Is that the best base year to set it at? So I would suggest if this would be doable to adopt it, move forward, and
With these
and
conditions.
continue the hearing until the next meeting to
Continue the hearing.
insert the base year in the
Because,
percentage.
because if
Yeah.
you know, I think we talked about the base year, we 14 was chosen, I think, because we can't go way back to 12 and 13, 14, and we don't want to miss what's happened in the recent, just capture that. So, I mean, I think it's very important that it be 14, because, so anyway, that's my input
And I
on that.
agree.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
next time we'll plug in the percentage.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to just hold until we've had the
No, we're
opportunity.
gonna vote.
Do we have
You
one,
wanna
or
vote?
does this have one hearing or 2 hearings, or do we know?
It's just one, it's not a plan development.
Well, do we want to take a
Yeah.
motion, or do we want to take?
Well, let's go ahead and see if any public comment. Bob, you?
From what I understand or heard, the ordinance only sets the maximum percentage, but apparently every year you're going to have the ability to change what that percentage is?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We can't just, and you would would it be possible that you might be using some of those funds for guaranteed bonds or for different capital improvements?
I would think so.
You
can,
but no, not even if you get some established history. I mean, we can't tomorrow. But if we do it for 5 years and it's showing
You can certainly use these for repayment of debt, but remember that it's not the best
Right.
way to repay debt because you don't have a crystal ball about what kind of increment you're going to have every year.
Exactly what I was going to say.
that's-
So I wouldn't want to use that as collateral or as a guarantee for a bond in case we have another drop in property values.
Yeah, and we talked about that too. We said that this thing goes up and down and all that. So we talked about doing a pay-as-you-go plan. Like, let's say that this district raises $1 million a year, then we would have that money available for that year to do infrastructure, instead of borrowing money against it. Or you can borrow money against it. You can also add other. You could add gas tax to it and other things to create what you.
Would this tend to cause in the current budgets that we've had in the past? You've had certain monies allocated for road projects or capital improvements. Will that no longer? Will the county then tend to not fund those?
No, I don't think so because there's only there's.
Is it not going to be? They're not going to use that to replace what the county's already funding, are they?
No.
it wouldn't be prudent to.
No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't be because right now we don't have enough money to fund the road pavement. So
that's my biggest concern about it. I think this is a great idea to keep more of the funds back where it's being generated at, but I just would not like to have it be used as a vehicle to stop funding what the county's already funding.
No.
Certainly not our intent.
No, that's not the intent. The intent is to do those things that have a huge price tag.
Need. Yeah.
Drainage, for instance.
Bob.
That we wouldn't be able to do unless we raised taxes.
Right.
And so we're trying not to raise taxes. We're trying to come up with different taxing methods.
This time I'm going to be very careful. My name is Bob Hudson. I don't want to be in the record any other way. Hudson. Commissioner Meadows, when you initially brought this issue to the BCC and initial discussion, I was very much in favor of tax incremental funding here south of the bay because of what I'd call the tremendous infrastructure needs that we have down here and how those funds could be used within the area that they were generated in to do that. I spent a lot of time with the numbers that were in the report and things of that nature. And from what I gathered, we've abandoned PAYGO.
PAYGO?
Say again?
Pay as you go.
When Commissioner Meadows first talked about this, she says, what we're going to do is we're going to do pay as you go. We're not going to take this tax increment and bond it and then sell bonds.
I'm still saying that. Yeah, that's what I'm still saying, is that's
within
not.
their report, it talks about the debt necessary to repay an $11 million bond.
Well, I think that was one of the options. That was one of the calculations we asked them to run. But that's not our. That's
So
not our intent.
We're still talking at this point in time, because if you're talking about what percentage do you transfer over, if we go with PAYGO and you only transfer 50% of it over,
You might not, yeah.
the pot gets even smaller and smaller in terms of projects that you could actually do within a year.
Right. Well, obviously, we would like 100%. That would pay for a lot more than 50%. But that's something that has to be voted on by the board.
That's correct, and I didn't realize that you could adjust that on an annual basis, because I began to look down the road 5 years and say, okay, we have a millage rate this, and we're going to transfer any growth that we have, which effectively cuts the growth revenue that the county would receive in terms of its general fund to the point in time. For example, if you transfer 100% the first year, okay. Second year, okay. That means where you're collecting about 83% of your property taxes, you've foregone any growth in that millage rate or that revenue stream for a 5-year period of time or whatever it happens to be. So if you go one way, I understand, and I just hate approving things that you fill in the blanks later. If you understand what I'm saying, that's kind of a thing with accountants. They don't like anything that's not written in concrete. So it is my understanding, and that's what I'm trying to do, is that we're still not planning to bond this. We're planning to take whatever revenue we receive from that TIF and spend it whatever, if I heard, whatever percentage the board votes on. So that, if you adjusted it on an annual basis and you didn't have growth in the other areas that would make up some growth for you in your terms of your general fund, you would have that. Who is going to, I understand that you're creating some pools of dollars. Who is ultimately going to be the deciding factors? For example, that's a very long, narrow strip of land, and it's divided into two areas. And so I'm assuming that everything's in the blue area, that the dollars that came from the increment in the blue area would be spended within the blue area, and everything that was in the green area be expended in the green area.
Not necessarily. It's all one TIF district. South
So who's making the decision? For example, that little strip that's golden down through there is golden for more than one reason. I used to talk about the $1 billion mile down on Highway Scenic Gulf Drive, and
Parcels.
those are parcels adjacent to 38, is what I was told.
Well, I
And
think it's going to be the same kind of decision making that's made now. In other
so,
words,
so if I'm for this and I'm in the blue area, the board could decide to spend all the money in the green area.
Well, they could, but that wouldn't be very smart.
No.
But if that's where you're having the worst, for example, if we look at a place that is continually flooding time after time after time, as some of the subdivisions did last year, I mean, does it not benefit everybody in South Walton to make sure that your neighbors don't flood, that we solve the stormwater problems and
Sarah,
everything?
I understand prioritizing
You know,
where
I think
you
we have to
have the
prioritize where's the
greatest
greatest need.
But
We would have to prioritize it. So,
Yeah.
So we would try to
It could be
make
roads, could be
I think it
38.
would- I think it would.
is there no way you can say the dollars generated in the green are going to stay in the green and the dollars that are in the blue are going to stay there?
That's all
Camille
one
says
district.
no.
See, the green is on south of the bay. Everything
It
south
is.
of the bay is in one district. So you're not splitting
Well-
it up.
Yeah, the green is parcels north of Highway 98.
Yeah.
Right.
It's all in. the
And a lot of that
district.
state forest.
So that is a defined area.
Camille?
You could create 3 different districts.
Good, but it would be a nightmare.
Camille Flower, what we did with this map is when we were doing the analysis of the properties and the values of those properties, we just created these 3 areas for analysis purposes. However, when you looked at them all together, it was our recommendation that they be put together and not, it was only just at what ifs. What if we just only did 30A? What if we only did blue? And we came to the conclusion that the best thing to do was do the entire south of the bay. And it's our recommendation.
And I understand that. Then I just don't understand the blue, the green. If it's all one area, why isn't it just all one color? But that's okay. I can deal with it.
We like color,
That's
okay?
how they mapped it in the very beginning.
I think to some degree, a person that looks at it thinks that those are 3 distinctly different areas or TIF areas. And maybe I just read it and looked at it wrong and things of that nature.
All right,
But
Bob?
I'm out of time.
Out of time, thank you, sir. Anybody else? Come on up.
Lee Moore, Moore, Leigh. I'm not too familiar with how this process works. I guess it's a question. You brought up what the funds would be spent on, Commissioner Meadows, and in reading the ordinance, it specifically refers to improvements made to roadway facilities in a few places. And I don't know how strictly that has to be adhered to once that ordinance is in place. I mean, thinking about infrastructure improvements, most of them are related to roadway facilities, but I would just hate to put something that specific in writing and then maybe it limit us later if there are other priorities or greatest needs that may not, I'm trying to think of, I can't think of examples right now, but may not relate to roadway facility improvements. So I'm just wondering if there might be a little more broad language that could be used, just a thought and suggestion in the ordinance.
Thank you.
All stormwater tied to roadways.
Anyone else?
Yeah, all stormwater's tied to roadways, so.
But I
Seeing
agree.
none.
I think it, you know, somebody reading this in the future would go, oh, well,
Let me ask, because I actually noticed that too. Can we add roadway facilities and other capital projects? Okay, why don't we do that?
Got it done.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. What's the board's wishes?
Yeah, motion to adopt the ordinance contingent upon us making the decision. Could we vote in a different meeting about the percentages? Or how does that work?
Yes, actually, the way I understand it is we can adopt the ordinance and then would come back by resolution to adopt the percentage with a maximum of 100%.
Okay. I move that we adopt the ordinance and that we come back with a resolution and discuss the percentages based on information that's going to be provided by Finance Department.
That'll work. And with that change to the definition of project.
With change to the
definition, roadway facilities and other capital projects.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, you have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We have the another public hearing dealing with the 331.
Second.
And a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, is there any public comments concerning the 331 tax increment area? It's primarily north of the bay.
Well,
See
do
it?
we want to just put in, where we look at, whereas the desire of the board to establish a dedicated funding source to provide water and wastewater facilities and other improvements could mean roadway, okay, then I'm fine with it.
I was saying another capital improvements or capital
Yeah, thank you, yeah.
Okay, Bob?
Good question.
And I asked the same too, that we given time to decide what percentage.
Yes.
For the record, Bob Hudson, once again, HUDSON. If I'm to understand what we're fixing to do, we're fixing to have two areas. Can we have two separate percentages?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm no longer for this, folks.
Okay. Is there any other public comments? Seeing none?
Motion to close the public hearing. Second. Wait.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Motion to approve the TIF ordinance for 331.
With the addition for the capital improvements.
With the addition with further capital improvements.
And understanding we'll have a resolution adopting the percentage.
Yes,
your motion?
what he said.
Okay.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Camille.
Is that all you got, Camille? Okay, have a good evening. All right, we have a public hearing deal with ordinance amending section 22-57, providing additional number of permits for vehicles on the beach to property owners within the Grayton Beach Neighborhood Plan.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Good motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Is there any public comments concerning that? Okay, ma'am, you got your hand up first.
Okay, this is 50 permits for residential properties within the Grayton Beach Neighborhood Plan area.
Yes, ma'am.
Up to 50.
Yes.
Okay.
Betty Letcher, Letcher. I was at this meeting, I think it was 3 years ago, January, when y'all came up with this ordinance, because y'all were tired of so much being done wrong with the permits. My understanding is, why do you want to do away with this good ordinance and just cause problems again? If you decide to, I really think it would be very, very unfair to limit it to just Grayton Beach. I know a lot of people, and where I live, at Inlet Beach, and we have an opening to the beach, that would like permits, but they have to get in the lottery. So I'm just asking you, first of all, to not keep the same ordinance, or either if you have to, then you give 50 to whoever, or add 50 more to the lottery. And I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, second row.
Commissioners, my name is Gail Smith Bradford, Bradford. I previously communicated with you back in January by email, and I previously communicated some time ago when the grandfathering occurred in 2009. I've owned property in Walton County since 1991. I've owned a home in Grayton Beach since 2000. In 2003 or 4, I started getting my beach permit on my vehicle and maintained it regularly until 2009, when my fiance at the time, you may remember my email, my fiance came home from Afghanistan, his 5th tour, with PTSD issues. I spent most of 2009 dealing with that, trying to keep my family together. I failed to renew my permit that 1 year that you decided to grandfather permits. I didn't find that out until it had already occurred. Therefore, I've not had a permit for the last 6 years. It's patently unfair to deny any Grayton Beach homeowner the ability to have a permit. When I sit there on my beautiful beach that I go down to and I pick up the trash on, and I see the Rosemary and the Seaside stickers and these SUVs, speeding down to Funiac Street, which is where my home is, in a rush to get onto the beach with their permits. And I'm sitting there watching this. You can't imagine the distress and turmoil. It's my educated guess, after talking with many of the Grayton Beach homeowners, that I am probably one of only a handful that were so unlucky not to have had a permit in that 1 year. Consider this: Grayton homeowners are the people who pick up the trash that others leave behind on our beach. No other beach along 30A has to deal with people from other parts of 30A driving on their beach. We're the only ones. The people who care the most about keeping Grayton Beach beautiful are the Grayton Beach homeowners. People who use Grayton Beach several times a week and really need, if there ever is a need for a permit to drive on the beach, the people that live in Grayton Beach should not be denied that right. The people who love this beach more than any other beach in the county should have the ability to have a permit for it. And then I believe, based on my polling of people, the people that have permits, most of the Grayton Beach homeowners already have permits. It's only a handful, probably no more than 10 people that don't have permits that did not get grandfathered in. I urge you to enable the handful who weren't lucky enough to be grandfathered the assurance of being able to obtain a permit now instead of going through some type of lottery. Grayton homeowners are a unique and clearly defined community, and we deserve this recognition. So, thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Anyone else? Sir? Well, okay, I think you had yours up, or y'all flip a coin.
Good evening, Shane Odom, ODOM, Inlet Beach. I certainly sympathize with the previous speaker and her situation, and really don't have any issue with people who live in Grayton Beach getting additional permits to access their beach if that's what they want. To me, that's their own business. When you look at the other end of the beach, I can see other people in Inlet Beach saying, well, if we're going to get 50 to Grayton Beach, then we want another 50 for Inlet Beach. Well, the fact is, we don't want another 50. We have enough issues with people going down there and illegally parking, trying to go down there as it is. What I would like to see is the ordinance going a little deeper, if we are going to change it, and restricting those additional 50 permits that you're going to issue to Grayton Beach, so that they can't be used to come to the Inlet Beach access, if that makes sense to you. I don't think if we're going to do it, it's not a lot of additional cost to put on that decal Grayton Beach only. That makes sense to you?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Come on forward.
I'm Wade Wilkinson, Wilkinson. I'm one of the handful of homeowners that didn't get the permit in 2009 due to my wife was real ill and we were unable to even come down. And that was the 1 year that this 5th generation house has lost a permit. And I've been coming down here since I was in diapers, riding with my uncle and my dad. And now that I'm so old, I can't hardly get around in the beach. I can't make it down there. But I would really appreciate some kind of consideration for the Grayton Beach. We do, put up with a lot of stuff and enjoy people coming down, but we do a lot of cleaning. And I felt like we ought to, have a little consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Any other comments? Betty? You've already spoke one time, so.
Yeah, I know. Betty Letcher, Letcher. And that would be fair on some, but I know a lot of people then in the other part of the county that if you live at even Inlet Beach or Grayton Beach, you can walk to the beach. I know a lot of people in the other part, like up in Defuniak and things, that would love one. And that's my thing. If you're going to open it up, It's just to me very unfair. 50, and like Mrs. Smith said, it's only a handful. So why would you be opening it up to 50 just to Grayton Beach? If you have to change the good ordinance, I would say open it up to the rest of the county, so it gives other people a chance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Well, I'll start off by being the fly in the ointment. I have been opposed for people driving on the beach for a very long time. I think it destroys our beaches. I think it gets oil on our beaches. I think people are in danger, especially on heavy holidays, of being run over, lying in the sand. I have heard more and more reports, especially lately, of people just, unfortunately, it ties back to children and teenagers that are not supervised, driving like maniacs, and people potentially being hurt. So if I had my druthers, no one would drive on that beach except folks like me who are over 65 years old. I'm 68 years old, or handicapped people. I think those are the people that deserve, if there's anybody that deserves it. Those that are handicapped and cannot walk, or those that are elderly and there again cannot, because that is a long distance there at Grayton. But I have done it with my little wagon and my grandchildren following me, so I know you can walk to the beach. So if I had my druthers, there would be no more driving on the beach except for the fishermen and those that were handicapped or needed it. But that's not going to happen. So I feel like if we're going to open it up to 50, then it should be opened up countywide and not just, I appreciate the people that clean up the beach. Those of us who can go down after every holiday and take our little bag with the TDC and help clean the beaches. So I appreciate the work that's done by the people who live there. It must be absolutely wonderful to be able to leave your house and go down and sit on that beach in the afternoon and watch that sun go down. I'm jealous of that part. I appreciate what you do to help it clean, but if we're going to open it up to 50, I think it should be countywide.
Any other discussions on the board? Seeing none, what's the board's wishes?
And I'm sorry, just to be clear, the ordinance that we noticed tonight, it's only to add 50 additional permits for Grayton Beach. So if we are going to change it, we can do that. We just have to renotice and bring it back at another date.
Okay.
So unfortunately tonight, we're just limited to permits as they relate to Grayton Beach.
Just a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Those permits are annual but not grandfathered.
Correct.
As the ordinance is written. So that 50 would be through a separate lottery each year.
And
the way it's
written now, but if it was made for all of them, then it would be in the overall lottery, right?
No,
if what yours asking happen, and you take the ones we do by lottery and add another 50 to
more.
that would be just
That would be in the one big pot.
Right.
Let me go back. Okay, the 50. My understanding was that the proposal was that we just open the ordinance up for this 50 to residential properties within the Grayton Beach Neighborhood Plan. That they would be, if they went down and applied for them, they would get them. They wouldn't have to go through a lottery.
Well, the only reason we would do a lottery is if there were 75 that wanted the 50. Unless you want to do it on a first come, first serve. But
well, yeah, I think that's a new concept. I mean, I thought it was a good idea to put them in the neighborhood plan because it is specific to the people who live there and who wanted to drive on the beach and who missed the lottery, missed the grandfathering in, and then it got put into the general overall ordinance. And I don't think that I'm not comfortable with just let's add another 50 permits. I mean, we got
to make a suggestion.
That kind of throws it into a whole other discussion. Is to what's your
is set a time frame that says if you fit this category, you need to tell us you want a permit. And, I mean, we heard tonight it may be 10. So,
You know.
Well, yeah,
come to a number.
yeah, one of the ideas was to give an amnesty period where like you have 30 days or 60 days to come in. If you missed the grandfather period for some reason, you could come in and apply. If you brought your documents and said that you had a permit before, you could apply and we would have an amnesty period. That was one of the things I thought about. But I'd like to ask Billy Bezette, who kind of came up with the 50 number. I think he's here. He was here. Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he wanted it in the neighborhood plan.
I know.
We can't do
Okay.
that because then they control the number.
I know, yeah.
Okay, public comment time has been closed, so the discussion will take place up here at the dais. Thank you.
Well, I wanted to ask Billy a question, but I guess he's gone. You know, is the issue that people missed the grandfathering, you know, and that's really what we need to do is have an amnesty period for everybody who missed the grandfathering period. I mean, you know, not only in Great Beach,
It'd be countywide, wouldn't it?
Yeah, be countywide. If you miss the grandfather, you have to come in and provide documents that you had a permit in that year, or whatever that would be.
2008.
2008, and you come in, you provide your documentation, and if you know, then we would grandfather you in. That's just an idea that I had thought about because it seems to me like the most problem is with the people who lost their grandfather in permanent.
I understand that, but what criteria did we use to say they qualify now to be grandfather? I mean,
if they had a permit
I understand
in
that.
2008.
I've seen some hardship discussions out here with the lady back here.
She said she had one until then.
Right. I understand that. But she lost it. Now, what is she going to bring in support to the county to allow us to give them a permit?
We would have a record. I mean, somewhere there's got to be, wouldn't the tax collector have a record?
There's got to be something other than, I didn't get it. I'm sorry. But there was a reason. She had illness, wasn't it?
Wouldn't the tax collector have a record? Because they collect.
I welcome home a soldier from Afghanistan who was PTSD.
Okay. So there was a medical
Wasn't at the
reason
top
or
of
something
the
that was dynamic in her life at that time that she just flat missed it. Now, is that what we're going to use to say you qualify now for that permit as a grandfather?
No, my idea was not to have hardships because, I mean, you know, everybody has some kind of hardship. Is to, if you had a permit in your possession and you can prove that you had a permit in your possession in 2008 and you missed, for some reason, whatever that reason was, you missed the ability to come in and get grandfathered in, then we would have an amnesty time period, 30, 60 days, whatever. And those people could come in during that time period and apply, and that would be
up to.
Then I guess my question would be then, what if there's 150, 200 people come in and said they had it, but they didn't get it? So how do you're going to put an extra 200 vehicles down there on that beach?
Well, you know, what you can't. I mean, it's going to be hard to split hairs. I mean, you got to be fair. You either have to open it back up to the public and decide how many more permits that it can handle, or you know, do the Grayton Beach thing, the 50 permits, or just don't do any more.
If you'd like, I can throw this out there. If the tax collector or the clerk's office still has a list from 2008 and 2009, I could compare the two lists and see how many people were left off, if you'd like, and I could bring that information back to you so you know how many people would be subject to the amnesty period.
Yeah, that would be a good
start.
Yeah,
a good start.
Okay.
That'd be a
Yeah,
good start.
because no matter what we do, we're going to be splitting hairs.
Yeah, but at least we would have some idea of how many missed them.
So is the consensus of the board would allow Sid to go back and research that and come back with us?
I'll bring that information back to the next BCC meeting, so long as the clerk's office still has those records from 2008. And then we can decide if we want to re-advertise at that point.
But yeah, and that's one thing I wanted to ask Billy was, and maybe some people can convey this to him, was, you know, it sounded to me like when we went through this whole thing that the major concern was the people that lived in Grayton Beach, that missed the grandfather period, and were, now unable to, be grandfathered in like everybody else was. And I would like him to confirm that. And he said, well, first of all, they asked for what, 150 permits? Was it 150 to begin with?
I don't know if it was that high initially, but you ended up with 50.
And then they ended up with 50. So if they could tell us, what the actual situation is, are there 12 people who missed it? And maybe Sydney can find
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Maybe you can talk to Billy and ask him those questions too. But that would be my thought.
Yeah.
And I can bring that information back at the next meeting in Defuniak if you'd like.
We don't need a board on it.
And then we decide whether or not we hold another public hearing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Wouldn't think so.
And then I think, maybe bring our options back. One option would be to do nothing. The second, maybe a couple of options.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, do we need a motion for that?
No, sir.
Just direction, okay. All right, the next public hearing deals with the ordinance amending section 22-60, finding that the county has the power to regulate the provisions of goods and services by private vendors making use of public interest on the beach.
Motion to open the public hearing?
Second?
And I want to say, when it comes time for a vote, I'm going to recuse myself when the vote comes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got a motion and a second. Open the public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. It's now a public hearing dealing with that. Is there any public comment?
Yes, ma'am, we're on the vending.
Come forward, please.
Okay, now this is on the 5 proposed changes that we made to the ordinance, correct?
I thought it was 4.
Are we opening up I ran down it and it was actually 5 because it was one that,
This was specific, like you said, to those that we came out with, the list of 4 or 5, I think.
okay, so we're talking about those 5
Those
revisions?
changes only, yes.
Okay.
The first of them has to deal with some language change, a 10-foot corridor for lifeguard towers to the water,
Yeah.
7:30, either
Start time.
or unless the turtle watch has completed it, 1 hour after sunset, and beach vendor operations are limited to no more than 50% of the beach frontage at any public beach access, and that frontage shall be designated by the TDC prior to March 1st of each year. That's what's on the table. Ms. Hildreth, you want to proceed now?
I want to, but I don't know whether I'm in order or not.
You're in order. You can speak to those changes that are proposed now in the ordinance, the ones I just
Cindy,
mentioned.
is that what I'm here for? You know my problem.
Yeah, let's see, let me rethink that, okay. The last time we had this ordinance, there were maps attached, and there was a controversy over the maps, which some of the partials showed that were public, private, that kind of thing. I talked to Mr. Bagby about that, and he said that we're just doing the ordinance, there'll be no maps adopted with the ordinance, but that the ordinance needed to be, and some other people said this, we need to specify for sure that it's public beaches only.
Right.
And that I think what she's here to speak about is the mapping of Blue Mountain Beach subdivision number 1 as a public beach, which would then be subject to vending.
Yes, it was an error in the mapping done by TDC.
Okay, but if I'm correct, where you're talking about, if it's vending south or waterside of where you live, they can't vend there unless they have permission from you to vend there.
Well, there's another problem with that.
Okay.
Because we don't have commercialization on our beaches. It's in our title documents.
Okay.
I want to say that we've spent a lot of money, but I'm glad we didn't let TDC decide the title on our easements that are going out. May I speak or not?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. Linda Hildreth, Blue Mountain Beach subdivision number 1, and I have a package for the record and for all of you. As you know, Emmett and I came before this board on March 10 asking you to remove the 2 areas that were drawn on Blue Mountain Beach subdivision number 1. They were marked vendor and public, vendor, public. There were 2 areas. We ask you to remove those for Blue Mountain Beach number 1. And the reason being that our documents that come through our title are private for the owners in the subdivision, and also we have non-commercialization on the beaches. Those were the 2 reasons. You will find those documents in here. You will find an opinion from the tax assessor. He will tell you what his maps show and what they do not show. And you will find a legal opinion from an attorney in town who has done a lot of the title work on the subdivision. That's what those are. I carried this to the TDC and Mr. Bagby. I have not heard from Mr. Bagby. And since there's been no correction, and there may be errors in some of the others, I don't know their titles. I speak only for Blue Mountain when I speak title, Blue Mountain Subdivision 1. But there may be errors and other people may need help. So what I would like to say to you tonight, if we need I would like to say a motion of clarification, because we do get misinformation sometimes. And we would like some sort of motion or statement of clarification reflected in the minutes that says this BCC does not intend to have this ordinance vending on private property.
Right, okay. I think we can clarify that for sure, and I think, see this letter from Patrick Pilcher, who states the current assessment information makes no mention of public or Walton County ownership of lands lying south of blocks 9 through 13, blah, blah, blah. So, and then there's a map attached, and then there's another letter from an attorney. But yeah, it was never our intent to allow vending on private properties.
No. I think there is actually next to Buddy Pinker's, because I pulled it up today, Buddy Pinker's house, there is a public access right.
Where is Buddy Pinker?
That is, he's Buddy Pinker's, and then there's the Huckabees, I believe.
There is no beach that is labeled public on that. You would have to have some legal work done in the future. There is no beach.
See, what we've seen as well is a 10-foot access, a boardwalk that drops off on a 10-foot by 5-foot public beach,
So
and
it's
everything
too small to
else is private.
Yeah.
So that there is that situation in various places. Now I don't know, I haven't looked at this, but as far as the Huckabee Species,
There's no beach designated, no beach. You're speaking access right now, and that's in contention also.
And it may dump out into a 10-foot beach, but there's no,
And the drawing that you are looking at, the incorrect drawing, doesn't even have the access in the right place. But that's kind of immaterial after all of this.
Yeah.
Right,
It's next
right.
to Buddy Pinker's house.
So I think maybe we could hear from Brian Kellenberger as to how they're dealing with this.
Yeah.
He's sitting behind you.
Brian here? Oh, there you
Brian,
go.
yeah.
Well, didn't we specify they had to be wide enough? They just couldn't be small, didn't we?
Well, no, that didn't get into the vending ordinance.
get into
It's
it.
on
So I think
all
we talked
public
about it.
beaches as defined by public beaches.
Okay, Brian.
I think number 10, you have under section D, operations and maintenance general, which says beach vendors operation are limited to no more than 50% of the beach frontage at any public beach access. The frontage shall be designated by the Walton County Tourist Development Council prior to March 1st of each year. I think that clearly says what you want to do. You asked me to omit the maps. The information we garnered off the proper appraiser's website.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying, I'll say that there is a dispute of ownership. I'm not saying we own it,
Yeah.
BCC owns it or whatever. So I think that what you have in there will satisfy that it is, the requirement of public beach. You've asked us to go back and research the different areas that we had previously identified as public beach to make sure who is rightful owner of that beach. And that's what we're doing. And that's why we were asked to omit the maps.
Okay.
I ask that you don't change this because the problem we have are really at the regional beach accesses.
Uh-huh.
We cannot control the vendors from setting up ghost sets.
Uh-huh.
because they put fictitious names on them,
Uh-huh.
and some of them are legitimate. They rent them by the week, and their
Yeah.
rentor might not show up every day, but they are required to set the set up. But what it does is it takes that space on the beach, and then the visitor that comes at 10 a.m. does not have the opportunity to get on the beach where they would like to. So I think that by saving the 50%, and as we have delineated on the regional beach accesses, which I'm pretty sure that Walton County owns those, that we can help solve some of that problem.
No, I agree with what you're saying. I think that we're really specifically talking about one neighborhood where the map y'all presented
Yes, ma'am.
was in question.
And
The
I-
rest of the ordinance,
Right.
I think
And
we've already voted on,
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you, and I think that item 10 says that clearly.
So say that again, say where it says a percentage of the public access.
50%.
Yes, ma'am. Number 10 says, beach vendors' operations are limited to no more than 50% of the beach frontage at any public beach access. The frontage shall be designated by the Walton County Tourist Development Council prior to March 1st of each year. Of course, we're past March 1st now.
Right. Yeah. That language says public beach access.
Yes, ma'am.
Doesn't really say
Yeah.
public beaches.
It's gotta be
Public beach access.
Mm-hmm.
Does it say public beach?
It says public beach access. I think we're getting into semantics there as public beach versus public beach access.
You're not gonna say
Because you clearly have asked us to identify who owns the beach. But once again, if we go back to the neighborhood beach accesses, they are typically 10-foot pieces of property, easements, outright ownership, that then access onto a beach that is in front of a upland property owner. I'm not disputing right now private and public ownership of beach. But in the areas that are definitively owned by Walton County as public beach, if it's in front of a upland property owner, we already have provisions in there that any vendor has to have the upland property owner's written permission. And that is taken care of at the time of permitting.
Ms. Hilders, go ahead.
May I finish? I'm concerned with public and private beach, and if you'll read the legal opinion sent to you, there's nowhere that the people who left the title to the beachfront owners in subdivision beach number 1 for the use of all owners in subdivision beach number 1 for the enjoyment of the beach and describes the enjoyment as no commercialization. I couldn't give you permission on my beach if I wanted to. I would violate everything that my subdivision legally stands for. So I'm very concerned. He may not be, but I am. And I'm here, and I need a declaration that you are not intending to put your ordinance on private property.
I think everything we've talked about, we only refer to it as public beach.
Exactly. you
Not
have.
anything else.
And that's what your ordinance said, but he draws the picture anyway.
Well,
these things that I bring to you were available to him too. had he asked for
If
it.
it's in dispute as to whether or not that's public or private in front of where you're talking about,
It's
I think
not in dispute.
well, I know, and you take that position. And it seems that the property appraiser has agreed.
That he has, and so has the
Okay?
attorney.
So with that, takes care of the problem, as I said. You can't public vend on that area in front of you.
Are we getting that in the minutes?
Oh, yeah.
That sounds pretty solid to me. Do you
That's
agree with
solid.
that?
Brian, is there any?
I concurred like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, he can.
He
agreed 5
concurred
minutes
with
ago,
it.
Ms. Hilder.
Okay.
right.
It is very confusing.
It isn't confusing, but it's complicated. It's complicated, but you do have to start with the right facts.
Okay.
Or you get the wrong,
And I think, yeah.
you get the wrong conclusion.
we got it. Can we move
Thank
on?
you very
All
much.
right, Ms.
Thank you.
Hilder, thank you.
Thank you.
Emmett,
No, we've gone through.
you going to echo what she has to say?
Uh,
Go ahead.
Here's where the confusion arises. Y'all quickly passed a motion. You passed it so quick, nobody had any comment into the thing. And if you read what you passed, it says, consider an ordinance amending section 22, something finding that the county has the power to regulate the provision of goods and services by private vendors making, so far so good. But then it says making use of the public interest, and I don't know what that means, on the beach. Now, may I ask one thing, kind of in line with what Linda said. Why not add, or would you add, making use of the public interest on the public beach? And to clarify, Commissioner, that it's the public beach we're talking about, your vendors.
Right.
On. Would you make that motion?
I don't have it, we haven't made a motion yet, one. Two, the 4 or 5 topics that we have rewrit or wrote into this particular draft is what we're talking about. And that is, everything that I have seen and read is strictly public beach.
As for
nowhere else.
As for vending.
As for vending.
Well, why does it say, why don't you put public interest on the public beach in here?
Until a motion is provided, we're not sure exactly what the exact language is going to be.
Well, would you make it public beach, Commissioner?
Well, we got to close the public hearing first. Could we discuss it first? Would that be all right?
I want to make sure there's no other public comments out there. If it does, we'll close that part, and then the 4 of us will kick it back and forth as far as what you're talking about. Is there any other public comments? Come forward, sir, and state your name. And spell your last name for the record. Thank you.
Christopher Holbrook, Holbrook. And I hope this is in regards to what we're talking about, but when we talk about the vending on the beach, on public beaches, I own a catering company here locally, and it's been brought to my knowledge by the code enforcement officers that we're not allowed to actually do our catering on the beach anymore. No more cooking on the beach. So I can't bring a grill down there, I can't bring a pot down there, I can't boil shrimp. But now a tourist, they can come down there, and I witnessed this all during Easter week. So I would bring my product down there, not cooking on the beach, bring it down there to my guests, who I've signed contracts with previous year to come down there, and now that's an embarrassment to me. And then 5 feet over, I've got guests coming down here from Atlanta, grilling out, leaving their trash all over the place, and I'm not going to leave it there. I'm still going to clean it up. But when they take the grills and they dump the grills into the white beaches, which I would never do, but yet you're taking $70-something thousand out of my pocketbook this year, which are county tax dollars, on public beach access. I don't understand where this came from.
They're breaking the law.
Well, how come the code enforcement drives right by them, the sheriffs drive right by them, and don't do anything? So, I mean, so the code enforcement is going to stop one day, and then the next day they're not going to stop? But I don't understand why us as vendors, being caterers who are licensed by the state, by Tallahassee, who pay all of our taxes, we pay our county taxes, we employ people, why does it get taken away from us? And then the code enforcement officer tells me, go and cook up in the parking lot? Now that's bringing a whole lot of class to the situation.
Ryan, you got any comments?
Our code enforcement officers do not drive by grills. When we see them, we stop them, and as defined by South Walton Fire District, a grill is an open flame and requires a burn permit. If they don't have one, they get a ticket. Simple as that.
I can get a burn permit?
Yes, sir.
No,
no, sir. The ordinance clearly says no vending of food or beverage on the beach. It's already been interpreted by a county attorney that you cannot cook on the beach. You cannot vend food or beverage on the beach.
For private clients, there's nothing else going on at the beach at the hours of 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Why wouldn't you allow the tax dollars to come in from that? I'm spending money on permits. I'm not damaging the beach. It's the tourists damaging the beach. And then you got fires out there going, where are all these people regulating dumping the fire coals at the end of the night?
We're off topic. I'm sorry.
No, I apologize. I felt like I was really on topic. Because I wasn't here back in January when this got passed. I was traveling, trying to make money.
Okay.
Thank you for
Anything
your time.
You can get a burn permit from South Walton Fire, but that doesn't mean you can cook on the beach, right? You can just have a
You can have a bonfire.
So I can have a bonfire, but I can't cook a steak. That just makes absolutely zero sense.
And Brian, let me make sure I understand. If you have a wedding, and as a part of that wedding, if you have a shrimp boil, I'm sorry. As a part of that wedding, you have a shrimp boil that's part of your event, then you are allowed to have a shrimp boil on the beach.
No, ma'am. Last year, it was interpreted, the code was interpreted that no vending of food or beverage on the beach. Previously, there had been special event permits that had been issued, and the special event permit basically says that it is to allow certain items or restrictions that aren't typically allowed on the beach. Then it was interpreted that the one statement of no vending of food or beverage on the beach, we can't allow special event permits to do that. Now, is there a ambiguity or a disconnect in the code? Possibly, but once again,
There's a disconnect in communication too, because I thought it was you that told me that if you have a special event permit, like the lady at Grayton, she has a wedding and she has a shrimp boil as part of her, that she was allowed to do that.
no, ma'am. Like I said, as part of 2014, they were issued some special event permits. Permitting is not done by my department. Enforcement is done by my department. At some point, they were denied a special event permit for a shrimp boil and a bonfire. And the reason was because there was a interpretation of the code that was vending of food and beverage on the beach and therefore not allowed. So we were asked to enforce the code as it is now interpreted.
And Commissioners, it boils down to you either allow vending and cooking on the beach or not, but you can't grant a special permit to accept what's in the code. And what was in the code is there's no vending allowed of food and beverage on the beach. So granting somebody a permit to violate the code just doesn't make any logical or legal sense.
Sir, hang on. You got any?
Maybe that's for another discussion, that we look at it and see.
It needs to be clarified in the
Under
code.
special circumstances, is it allowed? I mean,
Well, yeah,
that's
and-
not in this ordinance
and
right
what
here,
you
but
have-
maybe we take a look at, but then, my fear is with that, just like it is with these vendors and this 50%, is we're getting to where we're getting vendors out there fighting other vendors already, because man, I want that first part of that 50% of that beach, and I'm gonna put my chairs there, and these ghost chairs, I am totally opposed to. If you don't have a person's name on it, and I want Sarah Commander, she's staying at 261, beachfront view, and the telephone number, because I want that code enforcement officer to be able to know that that chair is rented. It's just not put it up there again, speculating and denying people in the public to have the right to go down there and put down their beach towel. I know it's going to be hard for code enforcement, but we've got to, because I'm afraid the vendors, we found out years ago that vendors don't regulate themselves. So we've got to regulate the vendors.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other public comment? Come forward, sir.
Hello, Sean Burke, B-U-R-K-E. I'm one of the beach vendors, and we used to do shrimp boils and bonfires on the beach. If there's no public vending of food and beverage on the beach, what does it matter if it's cooked on the beach or if it's brought to the beach?
I think it's the open. What was happening was the open flame. We had people that wanted to bring their grills down, their big gas grills down, and so
those big pots that you put.
It was the open flame and the cooking of food and the problems that were resulting from that. And that was my understanding, was that there were so many problems resulting from cooking food on the beach. And trying to split hairs as to, okay, you can have a little grill, but you can't have a big grill. You can have, and the fire department and all those guys made the decision that it would be safer if we didn't have open flame, except for a bonfire, which was permitted.
Right. I think also the no vending of food or beverage on the beach was intended to not have ice cream and hot dog hawkers running up and down the beach.
For sure.
I mean, if a wedding has a shrimp, if those shrimp are boiled somewhere else and brought down just like I break my picnic basket, that's.
But the thing is about
It's just
cooking
not being
food on the
cooked
beach.
down.
Now you can boil shrimp pretty easily, but when you say cook
Right.
food on the beach, then you're going to have these big grills cooking hamburgers and steaks, because you can't cook a steak over a bonfire.
Yeah.
So when you start talking about food, you're talking about all kinds of food.
Okay. John?
Okay. Secondly, on the 50% beach rule, when are we going to see like a beach management plan that shows that, and how's it going to be enforced? You guys have that in front of you, the where the line's drawn in the sand for the 50%?
TDC is going to meet with all the vendors, and they're going to have the maps, and they're going to have the areas bounded off, and the vendors are going to have an area, and then the rest is going to be public. But the TDC is going to be responsible for implementing this ordinance.
And what's the time frame on that?
Go ahead, Brian.
The maps we presented previously for the regional beach accesses ought to be accepted. They're accurate. We own the property, and we've divided the beach into what we feel is the appropriate division. I want to make it clear that the 50% is only to partition the vendors.
Right.
The general public has a right to 100% of that beach.
Right.
And the reason this idea was put forth is so that it gives the general public that wants to come down at 10 a.m. or noon a chance to have a waterfront access to the beach. Not against vendors making money, but if they're allowed, if you're allowed to take up the whole beach, they will take up the whole beach.
Well, we have to strike a balance, but I think the question was, when would this be implemented? Wouldn't there be another vendor meeting and that would be implemented?
Well, previously on March 10th, we set the May 22nd date as the time when we extended the 2014 permits.
Right, May 22nd.
So we assumed that we would be able to take care of all this business and come out with revised ordinance prior to May 22nd, and then the vendors that wanted to continue in business had the opportunity to opt out and not pay the $500 permit fee or other permit fees they had to pay for additional areas.
So May 22nd, it would, Memorial Day, it would kick in that weekend or whatever.
The ordinance as you have revised now says March 1st. I would recommend that be changed to May 1st. And I'm not against, let's just do the regional beach accesses this year and see how it goes.
Well, no. We have an ordinance that we have voted on, 5 things that we're going to revise, and unless we want to re-advertise and go back to square one, this is what was voted on last time. Was public beach areas would be.
It'll take us some more time to do the proper title search of the property in dispute adjacent to the neighborhood beach accesses.
Okay. And Commissioners, let me say, if we don't change paragraph 10 to May 1st, we actually couldn't do it this year. It would have to go, because it says March 1st. March 1st is already passed.
So we have to do May 1st.
We would actually wouldn't be able to designate the areas until next March. So this suggestion is what taken, I would say.
May 1st.
In paragraph 10, it says,
I know that, but
if you don't change it to May 1st, March 1st is already passed, so you would not be able to implement the 50% until next year.
Okay. So,
Designate the year.
so we're talking about May 1st?
Yes, I think that's a suggestion we'll take.
It's 2 weeks, give or take.
I will not be able to delineate and fully investigate the proper ownership of beaches adjacent to neighborhood beach accesses by May 1st.
How about May 12th?
Well, no. Let's back up. You're going to have to, or otherwise, but you're going to have to do that. I mean, we're going to have. If you need help, we can get help. But, we're going to have to do it.
Appreciate at least a week. Then give me enough time, a week prior to the May 22nd meeting.
Sure.
May 15th.
That'll give us time to then submit it to the BCC for consideration. However, that meeting will be in the north part of the county, and we typically don't take care of business in the north part of the county for south part.
We will do it.
All right.
It has to be done.
And my suggestion would be start at the ones that have the most problems. And I know we're a little bit off track, but since we are, I'm going to go ahead and say what I want to say. I keep getting emails from a certain person, and she put in an email, no one can sit at the edge of the water, and these chairs sit empty as yesterday. I mean, it was like, in my mind, I saw beach vendors just all the way. And so I thought, you know what? I'm going to get somebody to take a picture. So I did, and I'm going to pass these out because I want you to show me where people can't go to the beach. So my suggestion is when you get these emails, check them out for us and let us know that, if they're telling the truth, if, whatever. So.
I got a phone full of pictures. I go out every morning.
Well, I'm getting them too.
And to verify the complaints that we get.
Because
I do understand that we have complainers that might not be telling us the truth.
Yeah. Take the regional accesses and the public beach accesses and do those first, and then work on the neighborhood accesses, because a lot of the neighborhood accesses are going to be small anyway.
Yes, ma'am.
So do the big ones first, and then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sean, anything else?
Yes, sir. Respectfully, I don't think that this issue is dire enough that we need to be rushing into it. If the TDC is telling you that, hey, the regional beach access is where the problems are, why not just handle those instead of doing a blanket thing? I mean,
well, we've already voted to change the ordinance to the way the 5 revisions, and so we've already made that decision. So we're not talking tonight about changing our direction. I think we've already approved those changes.
Even if it's kind of like throwing good money after bad, if
The decision's already been made, Sean.
Yeah.
And that's why I believe that, and I stand with Commissioner Chapman, I want adequate records. I want to know every vending company that does not comply or that has a fight down there fighting over the 50%, because we may have to get to the point to where we do a lottery with who then's where, and I imagine y'all don't want that. So people need to cooperate and behave like ladies and gentlemen that you're supposed to when you go to the beach.
And quite honestly, I haven't seen the most rigorous complaint I had was a Turtle Watch person attacking a vendor. So I don't see these people as being, bad people.
Yeah.
So
well,
I'm not saying
and
they all are. We just
you weren't in office last summer either. You just got in office, so you weren't in office last summer that we were dealing with these things. So
did it get that bad?
Yes.
Oh yeah. We had somebody pull a knife and I mean, it got so bad that tourists were saying, "We're not ever coming back. This is just hideous."
I didn't see any of those in the complaints.
Okay.
Can I
Let's
make
get back on
comments,
track. Sean, you got anything else?
Yes, sir. I'd just like to add that it is a permit. So if there are egregious, people taking advantage of the system, then...
Well, that's one thing that I've advocated and told Mr. Bagby, and I've told Brian too. We want that data at the end of this season. And for those that are routine offenders, we're going to have to take some strong action against those ones. And until we get that data together, we won't know until the end of this season. But anyway, I understand what you're talking about. Don't punish everybody, punish the bad boys.
One other point of clarification is that the public who brings down their own beach equipment to the beach has access to 99.9% of the county or the beaches. I don't believe there's been one time where a person from the public who brought down their own stuff got kicked off the beach for setting up in front of another individual's home.
Well, I beg to differ. It hasn't, because it happened to some of my family members, so it has happened.
So, rightfully or...
All right. Sean, your time's up. Ms. Harris?
So I've got to get out of here.
We got about 3 or 4 more. How long? Hang with us? No.
I have the easiest question of the night, Suzanne Harris. I have the easiest question of the night. I was eating at Fleming's the other night, and one of the waiters that waited on me also owns a beach vending business. And he brought up that they can't even sell suntan lotion on the beach. And now they vend at a large condominium in Walton County. But what I'm asking is, if somebody comes down the public beach access and they're staying 4 blocks off the beach, and they come and they get their stuff and they get there, and can the vendors not sell suntan lotion?
No.
Is that part of the vending law?
Right, yeah, it is. You can't vend on the beach. You have to have your chairs arranged and set up, and you have to carry them down the beach. Otherwise, we would have tanning booths on the beach. We would have T-shirts. We would have flip-flops, bathing suits. I mean,
Okay, so you can't sell anything on the beach at all?
No.
Okay, I didn't know whether he was right or not, and I said I was going to ask, so this was.
Thank you. Is there any other public comments?
Motion to close public hearing.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? What's the board's wishes?
I think I'd like to make a motion that we adopt our changes with the addition of the date of May 1st.
I'm sorry, you want that May 15, don't you?
We want to take care of the business down here. It has to be prior to the first meeting in
May
1 week prior to, so we can submit.
May 15th? Is that what you want, May 15th?
Our meeting's May 12th, isn't it?
Our meeting is May 12th.
No, I'm sorry.
We'll need 1 week prior to that to go to submit it and get on the agenda.
My bad, May 1st to be fine.
May 1st. And also, too, under number 10, where it says beach vendors' operations are limited to no more than 50% of the beach frontage at any public beach access, I'd like to add the word no more than 50% of the public beach frontage at any public beach access.
It's rather redundant, but if it,
But it clarifies.
Well, it clarifies it, and it, and we're splitting hairs now because we've got lawyers looking at us, and we've got everybody in there.
Can you tell me what page you're on, Commissioner Meadows?
Yeah, page 3 of 7, under item number 10. Just make it clear that when it says of the public beach frontage at any public beach access. And that would be my motion, that we adopted as we revised it last time with those 2 minor changes.
I will second the motion.
All right, second that for discussion. I just want to make sure that these highlighted areas that we have in blue, that's what we're addressing on your motion. The 7:30 start time?
Yes.
Or turtle vendors?
Or turtle vendor
And the
application.
50% as modified?
Right.
CPR certification or water safety for those types of vendors. And I think there's another one.
Insurance.
And the insurance requirement.
Yes.
Okay.
And the lifeguard,
Yes, sir.
Alleyway.
did you already say that? Okay.
Yeah.
That's it?
That's it? And that's your second?
That was my second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we'll close the public hearing.
Motion to close public.
Well, that's right, we did them individually. Okay, I think Commissioner Meadows, you're next.
Okay, yeah. We don't have a quorum left.
I'll go get Cecilia.
We'll have to wait till Cecilia comes back, I think. Unless Bill and I can just like run things like we were.
There's a case of a large scale that was passed in the county with 2 commissioners.
That's right.
I think 3 had
2, Gulf County.
Really? Because 2 recused themselves?
I think it was
3 of them.
3 recused themselves, and they actually passed it out 2 to 1. Yeah, there's a challenge to it, saying it wasn't a majority of the commission. Of course, it's a majority of the available commission.
3 of the commissioners who didn't have a conflict.
So I'm interested to see how that comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who are we waiting on? election that's going on. As of right now for city marshal, the incumbents had 348 to James Hurley at 269, and Mike Howell had 96. There's 350 absentees not counted yet, so it's subject to change.
What about the other races? Do they have any?
That's all I got right now. I ain't got any of the rest of them. So you gonna send them to me? All right. Miss Carlene, I didn't see you come in. How you doing? Good. You need to talk? Okay. Okay. Bear with us a few more minutes. She's had to make a potty break.
Reading the same thing.
That has to include the absentee.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Only about 1,000 people voted, so.
I think so. Yes, sir, at least.
I don't know about the council members out there.
When is the group back from DC?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
What's the group back from DC?
Thursday, I believe.
Thursday, okay.
They're watching this.
Are they?
Mm-hmm.
Should we wave at them?
We could.
My guys. Let's tell Bill that we've demoted him to, sorry, Bill, demoted you to, assistant secretary. And, the things are, you know, we might be able to, I think if you just get a push cart and starts doing it, and then, you know, see if code comes out, and if, you know, then you can go to the code board. But go ahead and do it, because I think,
Commissioner Meadows, do you want to move on with yours?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are we on break?
I'm sorry.
No, we're not. We're trying to round this up.
That was just all in. That was all in jest. Cecilia's back now. We can go ahead. Okay, yeah. Mine is because the prop share funds are allocated to physical improvements on certain roadways, and if you can't do physical improvements on certain roadways, like constrained roadways, like for instance 30A, which has not enough right of way, you can't. A lot of places you can't do turn lanes, you can't do roundabouts without other people giving land and such. Is that one of the ways you can use the prop share funds is for multimodal systems. And so based on that, what I'm suggesting is that there's a transit study that could be done through the Regional Planning Council with their consultant. They've given us a scope of services. We could contract with them. The amount is $64,000, and they would study everything as far as transit. And, north to the Funiac, all the different components of it. We could get that study back, and then we could come up with a plan on how we're going to address this. But I believe that we can use, Mark, didn't you tell me we could use the prop share funds? We would have to have a public hearing. Yes. So my motion is to advertise a public hearing for a budget amendment to allow prop share funds on certain roadways that contribute to constrained roadways to be allowed for the transit study.
Yes, ma'am. The statute does not prohibit that, so we would assume it would allow it, we took a little time and looked, and I don't see any heartache with it.
Okay, that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any public comment on it? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, Ms. Commander is left for the evening. Ms. Jones, you have anything?
No, nothing.
I have nothing. Infield's not here. Additional public comment, Ms. Tanner. Oh, Ms. Tanner's on the agenda. Mr. Hildreth, I'll get you right after that. Thank you.
Jill Tanner, Tanner. How are y'all?
Good.
I don't have any hot potatoes, just a really, really small potato. Yeah, I represent Chef Jim Shirley and all his public relations and marketing, and we've had so many people email and call about bringing their dogs to the bay. And as a 3-dog owner, I like to take my dogs everywhere, and I just think it's a small request, but it would be great because it seems like the Florida statute 509233 states that the local governing body has to approve it, and so I'm asking you to approve that.
Well, actually, the way the statute works, as I understand it, I think we sent you guys out a little memo. This is actually a change to the Land Development Code, believe it or not, of all things. So it's going to require, obviously, us to publish a ordinance for changing the Land Development Code in 2 public hearings. And so if you're inclined to do that, or to let us start that process, we would just ask for direction for us to start the process.
So it'd have to be an ordinance that it'd have to be all restaurants then.
Yes, ma'am.
Couldn't just
think can have
couldn't just designate one.
Right.
It'd have to be all restaurants. Okay.
But it seems that there are other restaurants in South Walton that do allow dogs, so that's why I didn't know.
What are the liabilities of having dogs?
Well, I've never understood why anybody eats with a dog. You know, mine's out in the yard, not up there at my supper table.
Well, you know, times are changing. Everybody has them right by their side now. And at the bay, we actually have a full separate deck that we were going to separate. So the front deck, when you walk out to the bay, the sort of the main deck, we're not going to allow dogs
Did you
there.
read that entire statute?
No, sir. I
Okay,
didn't.
there is a bunch of hoops that we have to go through.
Mhm.
And then any restaurant that happens to get it, there's a whole litany of things that you've got to do to meet the health codes and everything else. You can't have a waiter go out there and pat him on the head and go back there and serve me my hamburger. That ain't gonna work.
Right, understand that.
So, just so long as you know, there's more than just getting the permission to go do there. There's a lot of things in there that the employees and the owners would
Right.
have to do.
And we'll comply with anything that we need to do.
You have to, or you lose it.
Right, that's fine. It seems like it's up to the owners of the establishment, and Jim Shirley approves it, and there are plenty of restaurants in South Walton where you can take your dogs. So I just wanted to see. It sounded like, well, I heard this this is just hearsay, but that in the beginning when they opened the bay, someone asked and they were either denied or someone said no, and they thought they were singled out for some reason. So I just said I'd at least bring it up.
We don't have it at all for the county, so I don't know what happened there.
If restaurants are allowing it, they're doing so just kind of under the radar because the health department will really come down on you.
Okay.
Does that law apply to just inside, on the patio as well, or is it just going inside?
My recollection is, and I'm doing this off the top of my head, my recollection is it's anywhere where the food is actually served is my recollection.
Under the statute, if we pass an ordinance, we can only allow dogs in the outdoor area.
Outdoor area.
And that's fine. That's all we want.
You couldn't have. That's right. You could not have them in.
Well, one of the issues I have with it, and I love dogs too, and I'd love to be able to take my dogs everywhere. But one of the issues I have with it is owners. It's the owners. It's not the dogs. It's the owners who let their dog fight with other dogs, get loose, bite people. It is very hard to control wild animals, which they are, in a setting where you've got tourists coming in town with little kids, and you've got adults, and then you've got local people who have their dogs. And there are just some people who will not control their dogs.
And the way I worded it when I put sort of tell us what you think on Facebook was that we would make sure that we were very strict with those laws. And there would be, or the rules of it, well-behaved, leashed dogs that must be kept by your side at all times. If for some reason there's a dog that moves away from the table, the server would just notify the manager and we'd ask them to, get it under control or leave.
Okay, well, I take it, since they have the request, do you need to move forward, at least coming back with the
Yes, I need
public
you
hearings and all that?
to authorize me to draft.
If that's what y'all want to do.
I think we need a full board. I'd rather be more comfortable if we had a full board here saying that we want to move forward with an LDC change. To me, it opens up a lot of issues.
Okay.
Well, we'll take care of putting it on the next agenda for direction.
For the full board.
Would that be the April 28th meeting then?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hildreth.
Emmett Hildreth, Blue Mountain Beach Subdivision Number 1. I want to just thank the commission for finally resolving and coming to grips with the fact that public is public and private is private. And I would thank you, Commissioner, for making the motion, and the Commissioner that's absent for seconded, and for y'all unanimously approving. Finally, settling the issue of public and private, and recognizing what my wife presented to you, that Blue Mountain Beach Subdivision Number 1 is totally private, private beach, private homes, private subdivision, and there's no dispute about the title that it's private. And as my wife pointed out, commercial use is prohibited, and it's private. The beach is private, and commercial use is prohibited on Blue Mountain Beach Subdivision Number 1. And I appreciate what you did and the recognition that Blue Mountain Beach Subdivision Number 1 is private property. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, is there any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll move into the planning and development. We have had 2 legislative items. Number 1 has been moved to the May 28th meeting, I believe. So we got number 2, transit stop sign. Where's our planning board? There they are. You sleeping out there?
Yes, sir.
They have a private break room.
They'll be woken up.
All right, well, we're on number 2.
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask Mac to come up and give you a quick brief of the transit stop sign ordinance. He can go over that real quickly for you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Matt Carpenter, for the record, C-A-R-P-E-N-T-E-R. The item before us is an adoption hearing for proposed amendment to the Walton County Land Development Code, Chapter 7 and 13, to provide for the opportunity to permit off-premise transit stop signs on public and private property in the event we ever have a transit plan that can go forward in Walton County.
Okay.
There is no plan attached to this. This only permits the signs if we ever have a need to do that.
Very well.
Mac, does this have a sign design in the back of it?
No, ma'am.
Or would y'all work one up, or how would that work?
Well, we thought that might come up later and would be
Okay.
part of the permitting process, just like a normal sign application. We don't prescribe what the sign says.
Okay.
We just make sure that the sign fits within the parameters that we've outlined
Okay.
in the
Because we were
permitting.
kind of thinking that, kind of like beach accesses, you might have a green symbol, it's a beach access. If you had a yellow symbol with a bus on it, it might be the transit symbol. So it's all consistent. You don't have a lot of different signs, and no people go, is that the transit sign, or is that the...
Well, the idea is to have a consistent sign from
Okay.
location to location,
Yeah.
and that would be part of the permitting process where we would attempt to permit all of these at one time as a route.
Because I know that the TDC is having a charrette, and I think that as part of that, I think signs are going to be discussed, and we're trying to come up with some symbol for beach accesses so that when you see that symbol, you know that's a beach access. If we could work with y'all on that, the TDC could work with y'all on that and get all that incorporated so that we have one consistent, maybe symbol for transit.
We'd be happy to do that.
Okay, any public comments? Yes, sir.
Gary Drake. This is a new issue, so I'm trying to understand. And part of the description in
Would you identify what page you're on so we can follow you here?
in the agenda on number 2 of the legislative items, about halfway down, permitting of off-premise transit stop signs on private property, as the code provides for permitting of off-premise stop signs on private property. So my question is the private property owner have to provide written permission first, or can you just permit a stop sign on private property?
Mac.
I'd be happy to address
Yep.
that. Matt Carpenter. At present, There's only one type of off-premise sign allowed in Walton County, and that is permanent outdoor advertising, billboards. At present, we don't have the capability under the present code to allow a property owner that wants to add a transit stop sign and station to their property. We don't have the ability to permit that. All this does is would give us the ability to do that, and it would not be without the property owner's permission, written permission,
Right.
as in the case of any particular sign application.
Okay.
That answer? Okay. Any other comment? What's the board's wishes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next items are quasi-judicial.
Anyone who anticipates testifying before the board on any quasi-judicial item on the docket, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you would give before this board tonight will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Does anyone have any ex parte contacts? If you had, if you'll turn them in to the clerk.
I did, and I have.
And does that prevent any one of you from rendering a fair and impartial decision tonight? No. They all have answered in the negative. Is anyone?
I haven't filled mine out, but
Okay,
I will.
that's fine. Is anyone have any objections to any of the notices published for tonight's meeting? Hearing none.
Okay, one quick, it's getting late. One statement is that when you come up to testify, if you just indicate you have been sworn in, because I couldn't keep up with everybody out there. So if you just make that acknowledgement, I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, the first item on our agenda is Thunder Bay. We have a request to continue this item until the May 26, 2015 meeting, which is in Defuniak Springs at 9 a.m.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Then, Mr. Chairman, the next item is Forest Village PUD amendment. This is a major development order application. I'll ask Brian Underwood to brief the commission on this project.
Thank you. Brian Underwood, Planning and Development Services. This is a major development order application submitted by Interlight Engineering Corporation proposing to amend the planned unit development order number 06-001-00108 to remove parcels conveyed to the Walton County Board of Commissioners and Walton County School Board and requesting approval of the revised site plan. As proposed, the planned unit development project will include a total of 288 multifamily apartment units, 180,000 square feet of general commercial space, and 127 lodging units, and an access boulevard on approximately 43 acres with future land use of general commercial. The project was previously approved for development as the Forest View Village PUD through Development Order 05-0016 as approved by the board on May 3rd, 2005. The project then included a total of 468 single-family lots, 64 multifamily units, and 160,000 square feet of commercial space on a parcel of almost 92 acres. There were also various deviations from land development code standards approved by the prior issued development order. David Smith with Interlight Engineering is here to elaborate on the various details of the project.
Okay. Does the applicant wish to make a statement?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Commission. My name is David Smith with Interlight Engineering Corporation, and I have been sworn in. As Brian mentioned, we're before you this evening to amend the planned unit development for Forest View Village. The property was acquired by Fountain Investments, and several parcels were sold, one to the Walton County for the future sports park and the other parcel to the school board. And there is a boulevard being constructed to serve access to the three parcels, which the overall boundary is this property here, and the county parcel is this piece, and the school board is this, and the boulevard will be in the middle. And as Brian mentioned, part of the amendment, or the reason for the amendment, is to reduce the development size to 43.24 acres. And we are amending the development plan as part of this request to 288 apartments, 180,000 square feet of general commercial, and 127 lodging unit hotel. So we are reducing the size of the development and the property acreage of the development just because those parcels were sold, as previously mentioned. As part of this process, as Brian mentioned, we are revising several of the approved deviations for the planned unit development, and we're also proposing some additional deviations. And if it's okay, I know it's been a long night, I'll very briefly go through each deviation. There's 15. I'll cover them very quickly that we're either revising or adding. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And there's several that we're not changing that are remaining, but the ones we are changing, and I'll just start at the very beginning, and I'll try to be as quick as possible. Number one is Section 20602B5 to review all technical approvals of planned unit developments as minors and to be approved by staff. Now, we are within the scenic corridor, so we go before the design review board, but then all phases would be staff approval. And the reason for the justification is, I know we're before the board this evening to approve the intensities and the impacts to the surrounding community and the roadways. And then if the deviations are approved, then we would coordinate with staff on the technical specifics of the design at the staff level. Number two is a landscape buffer. This request, when the PUD was previously approved, the western boundary was over in this location. Well, now our western boundary is here in the middle along the boulevard. So we're actually requesting a zero landscape buffer along the new boulevard that serves the three properties.
In the boulevard or
Along, adjacent to the boulevard. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Number three is the previous PUD had a deviation along the north boundary, which was this north boundary. Well, that's now the county's property. Our north boundary is here along the Gulf Power Line. So we're requesting that deviation be removed because we no longer need it. It's just a removal of the previously approved deviation since the property boundaries are different now.
So you're saying that your northern property boundary is actually the power line?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Number four is same situation. The south boundary previously, they were reducing a 50-foot buffer to 10 feet. We are removing that deviation, and we are not deviating from the southern boundary. We have to have a 25-foot buffer for the scenic corridor, which we will provide. Again, we're removing a previous deviation that we no longer need. Number five is another removal. It's not applicable for a previously approved landscape buffer, exact same thing. Number six is a deviation request for the minimum percentage of landscaping to be provided within parking areas. We are preserving the wetlands that are located on the property. I'll pull the site plan up. This is just that southeast corner now. And you can see there's wetlands that we are preserving and keeping in place. So we are requesting the deviation for landscaping within parking to be able to cluster and consolidate the parking areas to preserve the environmentally sensitive areas. Same thing on number seven. We're requesting a deviation from the number of parking spaces in a row without a landscape island to be unlimited. Just again to consolidate and allow the flexibility as we move forward into the design process with our parking facilities. Number eight, off-street parking. We are requesting a new deviation to deviate from apartment multifamily from 1.5 parking spaces per one-bedroom unit to one parking space for one-bedroom unit. And then the remaining portion of that will stay the same. It's currently, per the code, 2 parking spaces for 2 or more bedrooms, and we would keep that 2 parking spaces for 2 or more bedrooms in place. The deviation would be for the one-bedroom units from 1.5 parking spaces to 1 parking space. Number 9 is a parking deviation for office space. Currently, per code, it's 1 space per 250 square feet. We are requesting a deviation for 1 parking space per 350 square feet to be consistent with other general business classification in the Land Development Code. Number 10 is for a shopping center. It's 5 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet. We are requesting it be deviated to 4 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet. And again, that's just to allow, we want to provide the amount of parking we need, but to allow the flexibility so we don't have just a large parking lot or a sea of asphalt, which contributes to stormwater facilities, pollutants, and things like that, if we don't in fact need them, to be able to reduce to 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet for the shopping center. Number 11 is required parking per code within 300 feet of the use. We're requesting within a quarter of a mile, which allows us to provide parking anywhere within the development plan. This is a larger development with 2 specific zones for the map, commercial zone and multifamily zone, so we can interchange the parking flexibility located within the development to serve the various uses.
Is that quarter of a mile, does that include the school site and the element and the park to the north? Would that be within that quarter of a mile?
The deviation specific to the new PUD, which is just our boundary.
Okay, but here it says within a quarter of a mile. It doesn't say, it just says within a quarter of a mile.
I'm sorry.
So you just need to be specific within your site.
And as Mac just said, it's of the use that it's serving has to be within a quarter of a mile. But I mean, obviously there would have to be agreements if we park off our property. The deviation specific to our revised PUD boundary within our PUD. Moving to number 12, the parking to be located on site. We're just requesting a deviation for it to be on site and can be on street parking. And specifically, we're proposing a new Digby Road here, which now our parking is located along our roadway, that would also count towards the parking requirement for the various uses. Number 13, the code requires spaces to be paved. We're requesting a deviation for spaces to be either paved or unpaved, and that would allow grass parking for overflow parking. Again, the entire goal is to minimize, I'll use the term sea of asphalt for shopping centers, which will absolutely provide parking that's needed for the uses, but to just minimize having that large asphalt parking lot and have the flexibility to provide different paving surfaces. Number 14 is the number of new access points. This deviation, we're requesting 6, and I'll point to them. It's on the layout. There's 2 connections to US Highway 98. There's one through our entry drive. Number 2 would be the new boulevard serving the 3 owners, and it would be 3, 4, 5, 6. The connections to the boulevard would make up the 6 access point connection deviation.
Is there going to be a median in the boulevard?
It's 3 lanes as of now. There's a centered lane that you can turn left or right. There's no median.
So there's no median. How
No median.
wide is the boulevard?
The lanes,
I mean, how wide is the right of way in the boulevard?
66 feet.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Commissioner, while you mentioned that, if you'll recall, when we purchased the property for the sports park, part of that agreement was to pay up to $400,000 as a 1/3 share of that boulevard, with the thought that it would be a 4-lane with an unpaved median. Now, if I conveyed that to you back at that point, just let you know that that's what we agreed, that we did agree to pay up to $400,000.
With an elementary school and a sports complex and all this development, you're going to need 100 foot of right of way, 4 lanes, turn lanes, and a median, in my opinion. I mean, you might as well do it now while you can. And like you said, it was part of the agreement. So that's one of my problems with this is that nightmare. The way that it's designed, I think. Anyway, go ahead.
I will add, I know all the parties have been a part of contracts and exhibits.
My name is M.C. Davis, and I've been sworn. Nothing even remotely to that has been discussed or has been an agreement.
Excuse me?
Are you saying, did I hear you right, that you said there was 4 lanes planned in there?
I said when we discussed it, we discussed a boulevard that we would participate in. My assumption of a boulevard is a 4-lane roadway with a divided highway.
Well,
Yeah.
Mr. Jones, already on record at the time was the design in the easement. So, I don't know where you're coming from with that. And I'm actually embarrassed for you, Commissioner Meadows, to say such a thing. It's on record. It was negotiated. And the needs of a 100-foot easement, if there are needs for that, then you need to take that up with the school board. And we'll certainly cooperate. This is on record. This is a done deal. There's never been no mention of 100 feet easement.
I've never seen it on
any
record.
human.
I can bring up whatever I want. I'm looking at approving
I
or
understand
disapproving.
you have. I just said I was embarrassed for you.
Mr. Davis.
Well, please don't be embarrassed for me. I'm embarrassed for you.
Mm-hmm.
Big time.
there would have been no problem with a 100-feet easement. I asked the school board to say, what are your needs? You design it. Their engineer designed that boulevard.
Yes, sir.
And I'd defy anybody to say that he didn't design it. We got on their letterhead, they sent it to us. We asked what kind of easement do we need to perpetuate this and build it, and that's what had come up. They knew it, everybody's seen it.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead. And Ms. Carleen, I want to bring you up for response here in just a minute.
I'll let Carly,
Well, no.
you can call me back when you're ready.
Well, I'm ready.
Mr. Davis, let Larry ask
the
you
only
a question.
point, based on what we had a very same agreement as I understood with the school board, that the school board would contribute $400,000. We would contribute.
On all points.
I'm sorry?
Your contract coincides with the school board.
Okay, but you just said you asked the school board to design that boulevard for their needs. But I don't recall anyone asking us what we felt our needs would be. Is that accurate?
You're a big-time paid professional, and you had all kind of legal counsel.
Okay.
I sat down there with y'all. Why am I hearing this for the first time today? You know, what kind of collusion, what kind of craziness is going on here?
Because you just submitted the plan, and we're just reviewing it. I just got the plan a week ago. I'm sorry, but my planning background says a boulevard section is 4-lane, 100 feet wide. And to accommodate this, to accommodate, excuse me, I'm talking. To accommodate this level of traffic in this much land, you would be totally remiss if you put in a 3-lane, 66-foot right-of-way. You can just go ahead and count this off as a big, fat mess if you do that.
Ms. Anderson?
Well, for one, that's not the only entrance. I don't know. This is, it's really ludicrous.
Okay, Mr. Davis, let
Yes,
Ms. Anderson respond.
Fine.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm here just to clarify what I recommended to the board and what the board approved that night at our meeting. We understood there to be a $400,000 share, and we understood there to be what we understood was a 2-road, us being a 33 feet, the other being 33 feet, and that's what we presented to the board, and that was what the board approved at the time. Now, I want to clarify that the board has taken no other action to determine what type of school would be there, elementary, middle school, or high. They've not made any decision on that. They have not made any decision when there will be a school. Certainly, we purchased the land. The board did purchase the land with those understandings. 33.
So you thought 2 lanes of traffic would be enough to unload a school and this type of development and a sports complex behind it?
Based on the information we were given and what was presented to the board, that is what they voted on, Commissioner Meadows.
Okay.
But now, wait a minute, just so I want to be clear. We would have other entrances to the school.
There would be other entrances on our property, the board's property. Sorry.
To answer that question, yes and no. I mean, yes. I remember the 33 feet.
The shared easement.
That wasn't going to be necessarily our entrance. I don't know that we were concerned about the rest of it.
That was a shared easement that the board approved. As far as any other entrances, schools notoriously have more than one entrance. We have to have, by law, we have to keep our bus population separated from our parent drop-off car riders.
Right. But this is the main boulevard through a huge development complex. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I understand that, Commissioner, and agreed. Your entrance point for your buses or even parent traffic is going to be separate. Probably some people's going to use the boulevard, but most are going to use the other part.
There has to be segregation. And basically, not disagreeing with you, Commissioner Meadows, on any points. I'm just saying what the board voted on and what the board did approve. Okay, and I did not state it, so for the record, I was sworn in, Carleen Anderson.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Davis, you have some follow-up?
Yes, the de facto leadership of this commissioner is speaking as if there's only one entrance. There's another entrance in an existing medium cut. I don't know if anybody has bothered to look at the deal, so, the strong inference is that everything is going to happen through one road. And even so, there's a dirt road side easement for utility stuff that the county has privy to, and the school board has to, along with 2 other parties. And so if there's issues here, it's the issues of the government, because they didn't bring anything up. I had a blank slate. I didn't care. I asked them to design what they wanted.
Okay, well, Mr. Davis, as far as, I think my questions have been answered. I understand Commissioner Meadows' concern with the boulevard, the way it's presently designed, could cause some issues with traffic movement or excess traffic. But then when Ms. Anderson mentioned, and of course Mark, I think, followed up, there is a separate entrance that the schools are going to be using over the boulevard, probably 95% of the time.
I don't know that. We've done no design.
Well, I understand that, but you would more than likely.
But
And
you
I'm
know,
speaking as a school board member here.
you're
We've
probably
done
not going to get any. You're probably not going to get a bunch of curb cuts out on 98, and I mean, and the main accesses need to be at those curb cuts, and so that's what people are going to use.
Having built a number of schools, my guess is we'll be allowed to go in one place and we'll have a road in front of the school. Because, yeah, you're right, they're most likely not going to give us more than one entrance from 98. That would be my guess. But that's a guess. I'm not an engineer.
Understood.
Well, I'd just like to close with this, and I'll be very brief. Mr. Jones done a good job for y'all. He negotiated very hard for this. And so did the school board. So in each instance, his argument to me, representing the county, I don't blame him, and it's really what I wanted to do too, is that each government acquisition had to have contiguous uplands. And it was vetted very thoroughly. So I end up taking these stuff with all the wetlands. They have all the uplands. Even so, with him sitting right here, I'll say part of his argument to me is when we put the sports park there, then this will make this more valuable and you won't need as much uplands. And I agree with it. That's true. And that's part of my motivation. I've tried to, and I think I've done a pretty good job working with Walton County here on a lot of projects over a lot of years. So with that, I'm going to call it a deal, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners, can I make one suggestion? The Planning Commission worked pretty hard on this particular project, and David, I'm tired too. Brian has in his staff report on pages 6, 7, and 8 carefully and accurately delineated how they handled each of those deviations. I just thought it might be important for you to notice that. I don't know if you'd noticed it in the staff report already.
Yeah, I looked at it too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other public comments? Ms. Harris?
The Planning Commission was pretty adamant that it not be a minor change, that it stay for a major change. And I haven't heard him bring that up tonight from the planning staff, but we were pretty adamant about that. And I hope y'all have read everything that the planning staff did, because a lot of those things they agreed to. And I don't have the list with me, but if they agreed to a change at the planning board and it's coming back to y'all as not a change, then I probably do have a problem with that. But I do think it should be a major change and not come back through as a minor change. Everything should come back through as a major change.
Yeah, we have in our booklets what David Kramer made. Looks like he made most of the motions, but we have everything that he made a motion to.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Alan Fakira, and Suzanne stole my thunder. That was one of the points I was going to bring up, was the fact that one of the deviations that they are looking for was not to have, for this to be a minor and not a major, so that it did not come before the public review again. Number one, you cannot have that as a deviation. The fact of being a minor or a major cannot be a deviation. It either is or it isn't. And this is definitely a major. You've got too many, you don't have enough information here that's being presented to you at this point in time to be able to give carte blanche to just the staff to review and okay without the public having any other future say about the matter. I've reviewed the file that was submitted to the public for review, and I see what he's drawn in sketches in what you're seeing here. Then I look and see what's in the aerial photos, and the sketches don't even have the same proportions of space and dimension as the photos do. This cannot be allowed to be processed through as a minor development. It has to be kept as a major so that the public can see what the actual development plan is when it comes up for review. One other point I'd like to comment on this is the fact that he's asking for a density of 17 units per acre on this project. 17, do I have that correct? Is that one of the, a density of 17?
General commercial use of up to 17 units per acre.
Yes. Now, in order to get a density of that high, they are invoking the affordable housing and workforce housing provisions in order to get a density that high. How does a county ensure the fact that this development is actually supplying affordable housing and workforce housing? I mean, the last comment I heard him say as he walked away from the podium was that, yeah, we thought with the sports complex there that this it would improve the value of this property, and yet we agree with them. How does a county going to ensure the fact that when they've increased the approved density of a project based upon the fact that they're providing affordable housing and workforce housing, that housing has actually been provided? You need some kind of control manner to ensure that this has been provided in order to get the density.
Yeah, you'd have to have rent controls. You'd have to have agreements made between, I mean, you'd have to be able to prove that it was affordable and workforce housing. And there's no way to know that until, you're right, until you get into the details.
That's a concern, very, very strong concern.
All right, Mac.
And if I could address that specific concern, any affordable housing provisions would have to be affected through something similar to a land use regulation agreement that the tax credit program uses to ensure that they do actually meet the affordability requirements of our code, which also references state law as far as which particular market is served in the affordable arena. But we would address that during the technical phase that included that particular land use item.
Any other questions from the board? Any other public comment?
Yeah, Mac, just real quick, who owns that frontage parcel, that other parcel, the number 040? Who owns?
I believe the applicant owns that.
Are they the same thing? Okay.
Any other comments from the public? Yes, ma'am.
I know it's late. I'll try to be as brief as I can. My name is Garner Chandler, Chandler. LER. And I strongly urge that this entire development go essentially back to the drawing board, as I hardly see it as a minor amendment to the PUD originally approved. The changes that are proposed are so significant in nature that they, in my opinion, are a series of substantial deviations. For example, the land area has been reduced by 47%. The number of apartment units has been increased by 350%. While the single-family homes have been eliminated, the commercial use has been increased 12.5%, and there have been an addition of 127 lodging units where there used to be 0. Furthermore, the question of the number of units per acre. One, it is stated that it's 17 units per acre. However, when you look at the sketch and the final conclusions, it shows that the project summary shows there will be 12.71 acres to be developed with multifamily. That equates to 22.66 units per acre, which is 33% greater than that allowed in the most liberal interpretation of the Land Development Code. For those reasons, I strongly request that this go back to the drawing board. I believe our citizens of Walton County, rich and poor, deserve better housing than what is being proposed. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Public comment? Yes, ma'am. You get the final shot.
Lee Moore, Moore. So future phases not going through the public process and being approved as minor, I think it's what the proposed deviation is. I'm assuming since that's a deviation, that's completely different from what any other development like this would have to go through. Is that accurate?
Well, I think we need some guidance from, because I've never heard of a being able to get a deviation. Well, everybody asked for it, but we've never given it.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands right now in the Land Development Code, if you meet the criteria for major development order, it's processed no matter what, PUD or not. I do believe we may have process 1 PUD that I believe was prominence that the phases were minor developments. I didn't want to double check that, though. I think there is one. But as it stands today, basically, if it meets the criteria for major development based on the square footage or the residential units and so forth, it would be processed as a major development order.
Okay, thank you.
And Matt, can you answer the question about the substantial deviation?
Yes, ma'am. But before I do that, we have approved in the past, not recent past, at least 2 other developments where that was a requested deviation and it was approved as part of the PUD. Alice Beach is one, Alice Beach PUD, and the Topsail West PUD where Walmart is located on US 98. Both received that deviation at this board, or at the BCC, not necessarily these folks. Right. Substantial deviation is covered in the PUD section of our Land Development Code, and typically what it means is if you're going to deviate by essentially 5% or more from what the previous board approved, that you have to come back and get the same, you have to amend your project the same process as it was previously approved. And that's exactly why we're here. That's what they're doing. Not because it's a substantial deviation, as the code suggests, because they were out there building and they decided to make a slight change that was going to exceed 5%. They're making some significant changes. For one thing, the school board bought a large portion of this development. The county bought a large portion of this development. So part of this process is to peel off those 2 parcels. Now, as part of that process, they've redecided what they're going to do with the remaining portion, calling on the entitlements that were previously approved by the BCC. So we're way beyond substantial deviation. We're completely amending the project. So they're back doing exactly what they would be required to do for a minor or a substantial deviation in the context of 5% or greater. They're doing much more than that. And that's why we're here.
Okay. Come on.
And if I understand Mac correctly, he's trying to call this meeting right now the major portion of his change in this PUD, and that he would not have to bring any other changes back to the public view, that only the staff would review it and approve that. Is that what you?
That's not correct, Wayne.
No, that's not even, no, it's
Okay.
not, that's not correct. The applicant has asked for that ability to forego the major development order process and process as minor. Staff has not said that previously, but yes, that's what they're asking for. We have not taken a position on that.
All right, so you got the last shot.
Thank you. And I didn't finish earlier because we started talking about the boulevard.
Right.
Number 15, and
Right.
I'll be very brief again.
Okay. How is
Well,
number 15 different than number 1?
It's just a different section of the code. It's the same request. I just didn't finish going through the
Yeah,
list
right.
of
Go
deviations.
ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
And then I did want to address Ms. Harris's comments regarding Planning Commission, because those deviations were thoroughly discussed, and we are before you. We are requesting the deviation be granted for the technical phases to be reviewed as minors. I know staff spoke about previous PUDs where it has been allowed, and so we are before you requesting that deviation be granted.
Right, but she was correct in saying that the Planning Commission
And I'm number 7. Yes.
voted to deny that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But we are before you. We are requesting that deviation, and
Okay.
But I do want to go to number 7, if I could, please. We did agree to 15 parking spaces maximum in a row.
15 at the Planning Commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
But then we are requesting, though, that deviation be granted for major versus minor as well. So a couple of the comments I do want to address is regarding the density, and it'll also go into one of the comments by Ms. Chandler. In the staff summary, they cite that the multifamily component of the development is located on 12.71 acres. What those acreages break out the multifamily separately from the wetlands. In actuality, there's 14.11 acres of wetlands that's not counted in either the commercial or the multifamily zone. So if you take the wetland acreage, which staff's done a good job of breaking out all the acreages, but that 12.71 acres doesn't include the wetland acreage, which is encouraged for the developer to transfer the density to the upland portion of the project to preserve the wetlands. So if you add the wetland acreage, which is also in the staff summary, we clearly we don't exceed the allowable density. So that wetland acreage is not included into that multifamily acreage in the staff summary and the staff report. Furthermore, I do want to point out one other thing, and one of the other comments that was made is we are changing the development plan. And I know the comment was made that we've increased the apartments, we've increased the commercial, but we've removed the single family. That single family is 468 residential units that occupied 80 acres. That's a huge amount of development that I just want to emphasize is not part of what we're proposing. So, we've consolidated to 43 acres, and if you go to the previous development plan, the general commercial that was approved with the multifamily was on 11.2 acres. We're citing ours on 43 plus acres, so we have 4 times more area where we've increased our apartments and we've increased our commercial by 20,000 square feet from the approval, but a huge component being the residential is not proposed. So I just want to emphasize that it's a larger area for the multifamily and commercial component is what we're proposing. So having said that, I'd be more than happy to answer any further questions that you all may have.
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
I do have another question. On the map, there's a little tiny triangular piece of property that's actually north of the power line easement. It's shown on there, page 2 of 13. It's a little triangle to the north. It is north of the, if you can look at the map, see that little triangle? It's north of the Gulf Power easement, but it's not shown on any of y'all's drawings. It's not included in any of your your plans, it doesn't look like, but part of your thing would be to provide, where was it, that you were gonna have zero, you didn't need any setback because it was all power line now, but you do actually have a little triangle up there, and I just wondered what the plan was for that little triangle, and
That triangle is not part of our property.
That's part of ours, I believe.
I believe.
I think it got mixed in. It's inadvertently shown there.
okay, so it's not a part of y'all's.
No, ma'am.
pla-
We
okay.
own south of the Gulf Power line.
Okay, it just showed up everywhere, and I thought, well, wonder what happened. Okay,
I think that's the
good.
wet part of our parcel, isn't it? We have a little wetlands up in that corner. So that's probably what that is.
Okay. Okay, I couldn't figure that out. Okay.
Any other questions for? Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. What's the board's wishes?
I'll make a motion to approve the project, and the deviations, number one would not be included in the deviations in my motion. That would be that all technical phases of it would be minor. Because it's part of an overall project, I think it would be better if it came back to the board so that we could look at everything. There's a school there, then we've got the complex there. So that's my reasoning on that. And then the deviation, number 2 deviation, would be fine. Number 3 is okay. Number 4 is okay. Number 5, and these are all landscape buffers, is okay. Number 6, the lot interior planting areas, that would be okay since they're preserving all that wetlands. The 15 rows in the spaces would be okay. The parking is one of the things I have the most problems with, because as you know, parking is always our biggest problem. So I would say number 8, which is the deviation to the bedroom parking, I would say no to that deviation. And then the deviations to all the other parking requirements, I would say no, because that we know is always an issue. Let's see, joint off-street parking. I think it's the one, the on-site and off-site parking. I think that's doable. That's okay. The parking spaces for having unpaved, I think alternate paving surfaces is okay. But if you have a sophisticated project like this, you don't want to have a bunch of grass parking areas out there. I mean so I would say no to that deviation. Because you're parking residents, you're parking commercial, and you're parking. You're going to need every last parking area. I think that you can. The access management deviation would be okay, and then the last one, of course, is the major minor. So I think they should come back as a major, and I still think that the boulevard should be designed as 100 feet with a median. But I don't have a copy of any of those, and I didn't see anything in here that said anything about any agreements. So,
if you give us a couple of minutes, we'll have some.
Okay, so they're going to look at that. But I mean, that would make the optimal project is to have a median with 100 foot. But if you can't do it, you can't do it. But it's a shame because you have a real chance to design this like a real first-class complex, and put a lot of people in there at night during the day, shopping, restaurants, living, recreation, school, coming and going, queuing up, backing up. So that would be my motion.
I just want to make sure the staff has clarity on which deviations. Okay.
We've located the contract and the exhibits. If you give us, they're printing it off now, so
Okay.
we'll have it and share that in just a moment.
Okay. What is the underlying land use on this?
General commercial.
Okay. Could you have a gas station there? Yeah. So you can just look at the Tom Thumb on 30A and understand the kind of traffic patterns that you have. You've got trucks dropping off deliveries all hours of the day and night. You've got people walking, and you've got kids, and then you've got sports parks. So, that would be one of the reasons why I would want to look at it again as a major. Because if you put a gas station in there, I mean, there's all kinds of things that we could, that we need to look at. Because this could be a mess, or it could be a beautiful project.
In our agreement, and it talks about the median cut, deceleration lane, and access road to the property. The language in the agreement says, after the closing, the seller shall be obligated to cause the creation and/or construction of a median cut on Highway 98 that shall provide eastbound traffic access to the property, a deceleration lane on the north side of eastbound Highway 98 at the median cut, and a north-south boulevard from Highway 98 to the property is the subject of this contract, collectively the boulevard system. The boulevard system is shown in the drawing attached here to as Exhibit B. Seller agrees to complete construction of the entire boulevard system as shown on Exhibit B within 15 months after closing of the purchase property by buyer as provided herein. Once the boulevard system is completed, buyer shall pay seller $400,000 as its share of the cost. All other costs of the boulevard system shall be paid by the seller. And while this references Exhibit B, this actually says Exhibit D, but it does show a proposed 66-foot roadway utility easement. So we've got language that talks about a boulevard system and a document that apparently shows a 66-foot right-of-way. So, Mr. Davis, any inconsistency I made to that, my comments, I apologize for. Certainly not trying to mislead or...
No, and we didn't have any of this in our packet. This was not in our packet. Yeah. Not y'all's fault, but we just didn't have it in our packet. So I didn't read it. It wasn't in here.
So while our contract does, assuming this is actually Exhibit B, shows a 66-foot, I think we should encourage them to put as much in that 66 feet to convey traffic as we can.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. It's too bad it couldn't be at least 80 feet, but, it is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. I think you have a motion on the floor. I'm waiting on a second if there is one. You got it. I'll make a second.
Okay. Discussion? We've already heard from the audience, right? Any discussion on this motion?
I don't have a problem with them coming back to the board, but all the parking, I don't have a problem with grass parking. So the only thing that I would agree to all the, all as they presented it, other than I feel like they do need to come back to the board for a second approval.
Okay. So you're in approval of everything that we said, except you would like to see grass parking.
I don't care. I said the only thing that I would like to see them do different, they're asking that they not come back before the board. I would like for them to come back before the board, but everything else I'm in agreement with.
Okay, I got you. Okay. So my motion was that certain deviations would not be accepted. So all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Motion carries. There you go.
Chairman, next item is a number 5, the Reader Small Scale Amendment. This is a small scale amendment in the Miramar Beach neighborhood off of 206 Sandy K Drive. The request is to change 0.55 acres from residential preservation to neighborhood infill. I'll ask Vivian Chamel to give a brief overview of this.
Good evening, Commissioners. I will just give you a little bit of history on it. The subject parcel was originally scheduled to be Phase 2 of Surf Song condominiums, which was never constructed. Phase 1 was completed in 1984. When the 1996 Future Land Use Map and Neighborhood Map Series were adopted, this property was designated as Neighborhood Planning Area Residential Preservation, where neighborhood infill would have been the correct choice. The Planning Commission did recommend approval unanimously. And do you have any questions?
Is this district? Is this Sarah's district? Is this in Sarah's district?
Yes.
Okay. No, I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
I have anything. Applicant.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Dean Burgess with Emerald Coast Associates. I represent the applicant for this land use amendment. I think Vivian did a good job of introducing it. I think it was just a mapping error. It was anticipated to be the next phase of Surf Song condominium, which simply never happened. And therefore, I think an appropriate land use selection is infill. I read through the staff report and didn't have any comment or question on it, and concur with staff's recommendations for approval. If there's any questions to the board, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Any question for the applicant? Seeing none, is there any public comment? Questions from the public? Seeing none, what's the board's wishes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, next item on your agenda is number 6, a petition for abandonment by Gary Johnston from the Villatasso community. I'll ask Tim Whaley to come up and give a brief overview of this.
Good evening, Tim Whaler, Planning and Development Services. This is a petition for abandonment application. It was submitted by Gary Johnson. They're requesting the abandonment of the north half of Charles Street, totaling 0.103 acres adjacent and contiguous to the petitioner's parcel. That's Lot 5, Block 13 in the Villatasso plat. The street is currently wooded and unimproved. The Planning Commission voted to recommend denial of the abandonment request 4-1, and unless there's other evidence presented to the contrary, the abandonment application is consistent with the criteria outlined in the Florida statutes and the Walton County submittal requirements for an abandonment.
What Public Works, what was their, they didn't support it, did they?
Yeah, Public Works did not support the abandonment of the right-of-way.
Okay.
Is there a reason why?
Public Works stated that their policy is to not abandon any public right-of-ways that could serve the future needs for roadways, utilities, or stormwater.
So this is an easement going from what looks like maybe a road one day.
Yeah, it's actually road. Yeah, it's a platted street in the Villatasso plat. So, but currently it is unimproved and wooded.
Okay. Any questions for him?
The applicant is present.
The applicant, come forward. And were you sworn, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm Gary Johnson, Johnsson. My fiance put together some papers here, the 16 copies to submit that have the. Okay.
What is called composite exhibit 1 for that.
So would the other property owner get the other 30 feet, or would we have to ask them?
Look at the map.
Yeah, there's a 30. This is the north half of it, and this is the south half.
Typically, if there's owners on both sides of the abandoned,
yes,
they do it in half. So I Is there an on-ramp or something? Yeah, there would be, yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So it would automatically go to the other person?
Yes, ma'am.
We researched just on the north side of Nimrod there. There's where the street was supposed to go through that didn't. There's a mobile home park there. Okay, we had purchased the property south of Nimrod, and it's basically too small to do anything with, as far as a small cottage type home or whatever. That's why we're trying to push to get the extra, because the alley never went through, or Charles Street never went through. And to the south of that lot, there's a fence that's already encroached across the alley that's been there for umpteen years, and it actually just exits down south into wetlands.
Oh. Commissioner, I'm sorry, I actually gave this wrong information. He's only asking to abandon half the easement, so the other half would still be there.
That would actually give us enough to do something with. The lot that we got was actually smaller than what was stated. So, but that's here nor there, but we're just trying to do this legal, I mean.
So right now it's about 60 foot through there, count both parcels, but you're wanting to abandon your 30 feet?
Yes. And on the original survey that we had there, you could actually see that the fence that encroaches upon it on the south end of the property too.
Well, if I'm reading this thing right, that fence that's there on the south side of it, of that parcel, is running right through the middle of another, looks like an easement through there.
Right,
right. Right away, so even though it's undeveloped, somebody decided.
There's quite a bit of stuff that's already encroached upon that area. I'm just trying to do it legally, and.
But this is a street, not an easement. Platted street.
Well, there may be a platted street, but ain't nothing there but trees.
It's never, well, Nimrod don't go through either. It stops at
a. If it was an easement or a street.
It's actually a platted street.
Platted street, undeveloped platted street.
But
Just
might be
woods.
something we need in the future.
Well, I know that, as long as I've been here, I think, we've kind of come up with a policy that we don't give away any property because everything has a value, you don't, the Public Works says no because they never know when they're gonna need a stormwater pond or some form of utilities or something. So, because we've abandoned things, previous commissions have abandoned things in the past.
Mm-hmm.
They've abandoned pieces of beachfront, easements, accesses, all that. So we got to the point where we just kind of said no on everything because it.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, how long have you owned that property?
Well, I've been there a few months. We've been there maybe 4 months now.
4 months?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask, during the time that you were looking at this piece of property, were you made aware that there is this easement through here that you can't do anything with unless we do something?
I guess I'm not understand what you're saying.
Okay, were you aware that that easement was there, that the county had control over when you made the purchase?
I never knew there was an alley there, no.
Okay.
Or a street or whichever. I mean.
Did you have the land surveyed that you purchased?
That I'm not real sure if that was current or not. I know that the footage wasn't right from when the realtor stated on the rear. That changed by like 11 feet. But I guess we signed. When I bought, I guess I signed some kind of an agreement that I had to go walk the property and accept it as is, to where the realtor is not liable for anything as far as it not being the size that was stated. As originally told, it's a 50 by 42, I think it was, 50 by 42 lot at 150 feet. Ended up being 56 by 31 at 150 feet. Because everything in that area is kind of pie-shaped.
All right. Is there any public comments? All right. Mr. Johnson, you got anything else?
I don't see whether it be, I know you probably don't give it up, but as far as the problem with it is just that I don't understand how other people can encroach upon it, you know what I'm saying, as far as to the north, where that road's supposed to go through there also. Nothing's ever been done with that, and I don't know what they'd be doing going south on that. It floods tremendously, because it's all wetlands. So.
Okay.
I don't know what,
Okay. Anything else from the board? What's the board's wishes?
I move that we not grant the abandonment.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Mr. Johnson. All right.
Mr. Chairman, next item on your agenda is the Lilicone Peterson small-scale amendment. This is a small-scale amendment for 2.516 acres from conservation residential 2-to-1 to low-density residential. I'll ask Tim Brown to come up and give a brief of this project.
Good evening, Tim Brown with Planning and Development. Mark, I was not sworn.
Sure. Do you mind, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board will be the truth?
I do. This previously came before the board at the September 9, 2004 meeting. They were at that time requesting neighborhood infill. At that time, that request was denied. However, there was some indications from the board that low-density residential would be supported, so they've come back and they're asking for low-density residential. Nothing else has changed. They're just asking to go from 2 units an acre to 4 units per acre. And staff feels that the proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan FLUME provides for an orderly and logical development pattern in the neighborhood and does not contravene the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. I'll entertain any questions the board may have.
What did you say the density was?
It's 2 units per acre. Currently, they're asking to go to 4.
And how many acres are we talking about there? It ain't even an acre.
2.52.
2.5.
Yeah, it's currently undeveloped and vacant. There's no wetlands or floodplain, but there is some preservation. There is some it's going to require some preservation.
And stormwater.
Yeah, stormwater for sure. I think they're proposing 5 lots. I mean, we don't have a site plan or anything yet, but I think they're proposing 5 lots, so they'll have to have stormwater for the entire subdivision.
Well, and it's in keeping with what's the area. I mean, it's the lowest density that you've got besides, conservation. So it's typically 75 by 100 foot lots, quarter-acre lots. So 4 to the acre. I mean, it's low density residential. So the whole area is primarily surrounding it is that or higher. So when they came in last time, we suggested to them that they go to low density residential, and they agreed. So I think they've acted in good faith. I think it makes a lot of sense.
All right, Darrell, you want make any comment?
I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. Just would like to submit this exhibit A as marked. It demonstrates graphically what Ms. Meadows spoke to. We have, over the years, our property ended up being an enclave or an island, as you will, surrounded by VMU, NPA infill, and other properties at 6 to 8 units an acre. So we've kind of got an enclave. And as Ms. Meadows mentioned, we're following your directions and coming back and asking for a lesser density than previously asked. So we ask that you give a favorable recommendation to the staff and the Planning Commission's recommendation.
All right, is there any public comments? Yes, sir.
My name is Steve McCloskey. That's MC, capital CLOSKEY. I have been sworn. My wife and I sent to all of you a letter objecting to this. I hope you've had a chance to read this. I'll be very brief. It's been a long night. Little by little, the comprehensive plan has been eroded and chipped away, and land uses are being allowed to be changed to more and more density, with little accountability to the land development codes. This is ultimately impacting the services, the roadways, the infrastructure, the taxes, environment, and the quality of life. I live immediately adjacent to this property. This will probably put 5 houses right up against my property line. I live on a very narrow lot there. So I'm now going to have probably 5 houses backing up to my house. They'll probably be developed as vacation type homes. So my quality of life is in jeopardy. So I ask you to please take that under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good evening, board. My name is Mike Hewitt, Hewitt. I am the applicant. Based on the comments from the board when we came before you back in September, essentially I'm coming back and asking for exactly what was recommended to me at that meeting. Okay. As a side note, the gentleman that just spoke against the project, Mr. McCloskey, after the last meeting, I actually went to his house, knocked on the door, introduced myself, trying to be a friendly neighbor, trying to explain to him, trying to answer any questions he may have. I was under the impression that he actually thanked me, shook his hand. I went inside, met his wife, sat on his couch, spent about 30 or 40 minutes with him. I was under the impression he felt very good and much better about what I was trying to do. In fact, in reducing the density that I was requesting. Also tried to explain that the site has a requirement of a certain amount of preservation on it, and I would do my best to design the neighborhood in such a way where more of the preservation would be added to the boundary line between his property and ours. Okay, so I'm a little bit caught off guard here this evening. I thought I had a really nice meeting with this gentleman in his home, and apparently he didn't feel that way, but when he left, he shook my hand and thanked me for explaining that. So what it's worth, this is basically I'm asking exactly what you guys suggested at the prior meeting. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. No. Make it short, sir.
There are no assurances whatsoever about development. Down the street from us is Spyglass. They came in here and proposed a plan which you all approved. I met in the lobby with the developer of that project, and he told me and another neighbor, he assured me that they were going to protect the trees on that property. They were going to clear that amount that was necessary to build the house. They went in and cleared every single tree off that lot. And no code enforcement could do anything to replace those trees. They put in 5 magnolia trees as replacements. So this is why I'm very leery about developers coming in saying, we're going to work with you, Mr. McCloskey, and then the next thing you know, all the trees are gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne, my question would be, in this particular project here, that as it moved forward, if approved tonight and moved forward, that we can put caveats in that plan to make sure that there's that additional buffer or preservation area that would separate this particular project from this gentleman's location.
Yes, sir. That there would be a plat application, potentially a development order application. So there will be other opportunities for the board to have input on the actual development design once it gets to that point.
Okay, and then in the event that it's not done, what action can be taken?
Matt, just remind me, this would be a minor development order. I mean, so at this point, you know, if it comes forward, it'd be a minor development order, which would be reviewed by staff. You know, as far as the trees go, there's a lot of times we get a lot of complaints about trees. We don't have a tree ordinance for the county. That's something that has been talked about before. I know Point Washington they have one in their neighborhood plan. It's not exactly as they want. They want to revisit that. But as far as the board having an opportunity to come back and look at it, if it's a minor development, it would only be looked at the staff level, would not go forward back to the board.
But our concerns would be taken into consideration at the staff level, would it not?
Yes, sir, I believe so. And of course, applicants here are listening as well. But as far as any kind of opportunity to put any kind of caveats or conditions and so forth, because it's not going to be a major development order, there would not be the opportunity to formalize those considerations.
If we had a tree ordinance, we could do something, but we don't have a tree ordinance, and we can't really tell him he's got to put this here or that. It's low density residential.
But the preservation area, he can't go and disturb it.
Right, exactly. He's got to leave that in.
Daryl, I guess I'm looking at it, whatever y'all's layout of that property. Come on.
Chairman, if I can add one more quick comment. On this project, 50% of the site would have to be preserved through the preservation. So that would be a measure of protection there as well.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. He has the same side setbacks on his property. He has a very large lot. There's 15 feet, which his house is much further away than 15 feet from his boundary. I have a minimum, if I didn't do anything, of 15 feet that I have to have on my side. There's at least 30 feet between us. What I'm telling you is I plan, when I come back before staff, I have to have some preservation. I'd be happy to say tonight that I will have additional preservation space that can't be touched above the minimum boundary, just because it's a nice thing to do. I don't feel I have to do it. I can develop my property as I want. I'm just trying to be reasonable, the same way I was when I walked in and shook his hand. It's caught me completely off guard that he's reacted this way tonight. I raise my hand. I'll swear. I'll put it in writing, whatever I need. Whatever preservation I'm required to put on the spot, on my space, I will assure you and be happy to put in writing some amount of that in addition to the minimum setback requirement. I will put some more of the preservation in that space to help a neighbor.
And he doesn't have to do it. I mean, we approve developments all day long, and we don't, this is 5 houses.
Just like he can put his house, he can build a house.
We don't put these kind of restrictions on any other development. It's, the area is building and it's booming, and
okay,
it is what it is.
Believe me, I'm trying to be as...
And you said something, I just want to make sure. Were you sworn earlier?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Mike Hewitt, and I definitely was sworn earlier.
I move that we close the public hearing. I move that we close the public hearing.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
We just closed the public hearing.
And I seconded.
Oh, okay.
Motion
and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. I move that we approve the project as proposed, low-density residential, and we can't put any conditions on it, and that's the bottom line. We can't put any conditions on anybody.
And I second it.
So it's a land use change at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I just to make sure we clarify, there is preservation required. I will tell you, one of the problems we've encountered with preservation is many times these homes are nestled right up against the preservation, and many times the back of the home is right next to the preservation, to where you can't even put a stoop out into that because you can't encroach in preservation whatsoever. I will, just for the record, we'll be looking at that as this comes forward, and that's something that we would not, from the staff level, approve those issues anymore because it's done nothing but cause problems. So,
buy out 50%?
Yes, ma'am. So anyway, just for the record, that's something that we've been dealing with, and we're going to.
What happens is people buy a house, they've got preservation all around, and then they go out and take the mower and the bush hog and they mow it down, and nobody says a word. So, it's unfortunate, but.
But the preservation will be, it remains undisturbed, and that's one of the things we've been very adamant about. But many times these homes, they have a very, very small building envelope they're trying to maximize, and it causes problems. So just for the record, we will be looking at that.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, number 8 on your agenda, the Bay Grove Village 2 replat. This is to replat lots 1, 2, and 3 of Bay Grove Village. Tim Weller's here if you have any questions of this, and Tim, anything to add to it?
Tim Whaler, Planning and Development Services. Yeah, the next 2 items are replats, and they're replats based on the same development order. The development order was to move the stormwater retention area that was removed as part of the 331 widening on this property. So that's the overview. They do meet the Chapter 177, and staff has reviewed it for compliance with the development order.
Okay, does the applicant wish to speak?
Dean Burgess with Emerald Coast Associates. I represent the applicant and owner of the project, and I'm just here to answer any questions. Mr. Whaler did a good job introducing it.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Any public comment? Seeing none, what's the board's wishes?
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, last item on your agenda is the Bay Grove Office Park 4 replat, as Tim mentioned a minute ago. They're requesting to replat lots 1, 2, and a portion of the common area of Bay Grove Office Park, Phase 2.
Okay, is the applicant here? Okay. I take it, any questions we'd ask? Any
Yes,
questions?
basically the same project. It was just 2 phases.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, any public questions? Seeing none, what's the board's wishes?
Motion to approve. Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.